You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka some people around here call me Enosh Fett. Not many people call me Enosh Fett anymore, though. Just somebody kicked us off. I don't know what the deal is with that. Anyways, what I was saying is the channel when we first started was just called Enosh Fett. That was my screen name. And so I didn't have like a cool title for it or anything. And so we just called it the Enosh Fett channel. And it was a time long since passed. Since then, my wife came up with a cooler name. And that's why we call it the Poindexter Lounge. So if this is your first time to the Poindexter Lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew, meaning all of you, our nerd family, can get together and talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you up in the morning, if those are things that get your fire pumping, your blood pumping, your fire pumping too. If you got fire just flowing through your veins, well, then you should probably seek medical attention. But if you're all fired up and you're just ready for a good show, and you never know what's going to happen here at the Poindexter Lounge, you never know who's going to stop by here at the Poindexter Lounge, you never know where an evening is going to take us, then hey, please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and become part of this growing group of nerds. You guys are fantastic. We literally kind of under the radar. I was looking for it. I was watching for it. And then I totally missed it. We went over by like 30. We're over 2,000 Twitter followers now. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's insane to me. But welcome. We're so glad to have all of you. And we're over the 11,000 mark for subscribers here on the channel. And we just keep growing every day. And so I'm so thankful to all of you guys. You guys are fantastic. Whether or not you guys just watch the channel, thank you so much. I was talking about the other night, a lot of you guys popped up over the weekend when there was some funny stuff said about me on Twitter that wasn't correct. And you guys came to my defense, and people I had never even talked to, haven't seen in the chat, haven't seen anywhere before. And you guys showed up, and I'm very, very thankful to that. So if you're lurking and you've never called in, or you've never commented or whatever, hey, I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad you're watching for sure. And of course, all those who support the channel, whether it be via the Patreon, thank you to all of our Patreon subscribers, all of our patrons. We're so glad to have you guys here and so thankful for all of you. And of course, all the members of the channel, you too can become a member of the channel just by hitting that member button. And you can join that and you get all kinds of cool stuff. We actually need 2 spots. We have 2 new spots open now. We have so many members. We need 2 new spots for we got to get load up 2 more emoticons. So this is what I want to do for that. I want to launch a contest for you guys to submit your ideas for emoticons. So here's what you got to do. If you're an artist and you would like to submit something for our emoticon, all you got to do is email it to me. Now, it needs to be square, and just email it to me at poindexterlounge@gmail.com. That's poindexterlounge@gmail.com. And I will tell you this, it's got to be, it can't be too big. It's got to be, the minimum size is 32 by 32 pixels, but it's got to be square. It's got to be in either a GIF, PNG, or JPEG format. Yes, I said GIF because I believe it should be GIF. we can get into all those other things. But yes, it has to be GIF, PNG, or JPEG, minimum 32 by 32 pixels, and an upload size of less than 1 megabyte. Okay, so the aspect ratio has to be 1:1. But hey, if you are interested, please email me your idea for an emoticon to poindexterlounge@gmail.com. And what we will do is we will take all the entries that we get, if we get any entries, and we will we'll put them up to a vote on the membership page, on the community page, not the membership page, but the community page, and see what happens and see who pulls that one down. And we got 2 spots. So I would love to showcase maybe some of your artwork as one of our emoticons. All right. So do that today. We'd be glad to have you. So thank you, like I said, to all of our members, all of our patrons. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Now we got a couple of people that we're going to bring in here in just a minute. But what are we talking about tonight? So we're going to talk about a couple of things. There's some cool things coming up. We've got Justice Con coming up this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of this weekend. And you just don't want to miss that. You're going to want to be a part of that. You're going to want to see that. Here's the thing. Last year was absolutely off the hook. Last year, Justice Con, listen to this. Last year, Justice Con outdid San Diego Comic-Con at home as far as views and interaction. Think about that. San Diego Comic-Con is one of those things, like people plan for that trip. People plan years in advance for that trip, of like where they're going to go, how they're going to get there, all those things. And last year got canceled. And this little group of wonderful women, the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg, put together this thing that was just supposed to be just a fan driven thing, just supposed to be some fun. And you guys turned it into something absolutely fantastic and amazing. And it just grew from there. It just grew and grew and grew. And, Zach is there. Ray Fisher was there. There was some really cool stuff that came out of last year. And so we're going to talk about that tonight, because the lineup has been announced. It's on Twitter. But we're going to talk about that lineup and everything that you guys can expect at Justice Con, including yours truly, because I am one of the hosts of Justice Con. Yep, that's right. I've got some kind of tie-in for that, and I've got some reason for being, and some reason for really hyping that up for you. But hopefully, some other members of the Justice Con crew will pop in tonight. All right, and we can go over that list together. You guys can hear who I will be hosting. Who am I going to be interviewing? Stay tuned for that. Also, I did want to mention Andrew Christie. I don't know if you are in the chat tonight, but because I haven't actually got a chance to look at the chat yet and see who's in. But Andrew, if you are in, or if you are watching this at any point, please hit me up on social media, whether it be Twitter, or you can email me at poindexterlounge@gmail.com. But do that, because you were the other winner of this hat. Remember, I had 2 of these hats that we gave away, these Green Arrow hats. And our good friend Chin Fin won one. That's right, 1-1. But then you, sir, Andrew, you won the other one. And so I would like to get this out to you. And so hit me up on social media so that I can do that and get that out to you. And also, congratulations. I'm like looking for all my stuff. I don't know where all my stuff went. It's been a couple of days since I've actually been in here. I was going to stream this weekend, but I still haven't since the other day. And I don't know where it went. Now I'm looking for stuff that I can't. Oh, here it is. Here it is. So some of you might remember Lewis Cox is here. And Lewis actually won this. What's up, Lewis? Lewis actually won this Cloverfield set a couple months ago, and unfortunately I wasn't able to send it to him because he's in the UK, and once I priced it out, it just didn't really make sense for me to send it to him. It was going to be like almost $100 to send this to him, so I sent him a gift card, and we're thankful for Lewis and his membership of the channel. And so I figured, hey, maybe Lewis could just go buy it if he really wants the Cloverfield trilogy that much. But congratulations to Nick Hammond, because we went ahead and gave this away the other night. And so, Nick, this will be on its way to you as well. So also later this week, we will be announcing yet another giveaway, and it's going to be a big one. You guys are going to really dig it. All right, before I bring in my my panel for tonight, well, my first group of people actually who will be here, because I think there's to be some more people who come in during the evening. What's up, Drab Walker? What's up, Luke? Good to see you, man. Always good to see you, sir. What's up, Ryan? Hey, good to see you as well. I am Cosmo. No, they do not, huh, Cosmo? Is that so? You know what? I think. Before I go any further, I'm going to bring in a couple of people because I want to answer this. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, can I just welcome in my first guest tonight? You know him, you love him. I love his personality. My wife thinks he sounds like Will Arnett. Maybe he is Will Arnett. Who knows? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Mr. Firewater. Is it all right if I call you Mr.?
That's fine. Bonus for the mister.
Bonus.
Let's go. I sound like Will Arnett. I wish I had his bank account.
I know,
That'd
right?
Dope.
Jeez. Yeah. Well,
Good evening, chat. How is everyone doing?
Tiffany was listening the other night. She goes, man, Firewater sounds like Will Arnett. And I'm like, at first I didn't hear it. And then like I had on a video that you were on somebody's channel. And I was listening to it. I think it might have been Max's or it might have been something. Yeah, I think it was Max's from the other night. And I was listening to you guys and Tiffany goes, yeah, he sounds like Will Arnett. And I said, you know what? I can hear it now. I hear it. I
appreciate that. I've never been told that before, but I think that's great.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, also, you can find me over on his channel a couple days ago talking about all things DC and the rise of the Snyderverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel, Mr. RJ Resident Justice. What's going on, RJ?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Enosh. Always a pleasure to be here, and I'm ready to talk some Justice Con, man. I can't wait for that.
Absolutely. So I had to bring this up because I titled this tonight. That the Snyderverse needs to rise again, and that they need to go. They need to continue the direction of the Snyder Cut, and apparently here Cosmo does not feel that they need to do this. And my only guess is that Cosmo must be a WB executive. and if that's the case, you know what, Cosmo probably already got paid.
Bonus.
He probably already got his bonus, and so Cosmo, they do, but don't worry, it won't take away your bonus. There'll still be plenty of bonuses for you. Hopefully, you didn't spend it all on your yacht.
I don't have enough yachts. Give me a bonus.
Now that I've heard the comparison to Will Arnett, I can't unhear it with Firewater anymore.
Oh, good lord!
Oh boy,
well, I've been called worse things, so I'll take it. I like Will Arnett. I think he's a funny guy.
But no, just to respond to Cosmo real quick, do they have to? No, but I think it'd be a huge mistake not to at this point. I think it's for everyone here.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Because, well, it just kind of makes sense at this point. Let's move on with this thing. Let's get this thing going. Let's not sit on this anymore. Give people what they want. That's what I say. Give the people what they want. And hopefully they give us more of the Snyderverse. And we're going to talk about that. I got an article. Actually, I forgot to send them over to my computer, but they are there now. So, but Cosmo, we're just glad that you're here. We hope that you enjoy the show, and welcome. What's up, Bunyan Snipe? Haven't seen Bunyan Snipe in a while. Good to see you, Bunyan Snipe. Always good to have you here. Yes, you are absolutely right. Continuity is important. Canon is important. Those are all things that are important, and yes, we want to see more. Oh my Diaz, being a little sarcastic here. Snyderverse has been reduced to dust. Oh, I think the reports of its demise have been greatly exaggerated. Lewis Cox with his own opinion here about WB. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. I love it. And then he comes back with the Snyderverse will rise from the ashes like the Phoenix.
I like the PG version. That was good. He recovered very well.
Yes. Hey. Anchorman. Always good to see you. Man. I hope that you're able to rejoin the Discord, man. I'm sorry that you weren't able to be a part of the Discord, but hey, the Discord is always there for you guys. Poindexter Lounge. In fact, in a little while, I will throw up the link to that, or if there's somebody in here that has the link, please share that link in the chat, and we'd love to have you guys be a part of our Discord, because our Discord's pretty awesome. There's some cool things going on over at the Discord. David, what's up? David says, like Tony, the dust will come back, be reborn. Black Ops, what's up, Black Ops? Good to see you. Kenneth, always good to see you, my friend. Hey, this Firewater guy's in here. Good to see Firewater up there, and so is this RJ guy. It's a bonus Firewater. Yeah. Simon, we're going to talk about this a little bit here tonight, for sure. The Batfleck movie that was going around. Yes, and hashtag restore the Snyderverse for sure. Sean C, good to see you. Says your discussion on Dawn of the Dead the other night compelled me to finally fork over the money for the collector's edition that came out a few years ago. Oh, well, good. I'm glad that we were able to inspire you to do that. That's cool. That's cool. I just watched Dawn of the Dead for the first time. Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead for the first time the other night, and I really, really enjoyed it. Have you guys seen Dawn of the Dead?
It's just like you. It's one of those Snyder movies that has like not been in my portfolio that I want to change. The only problem is I'm not really big on zombie movies. I don't know what it is about zombies. They like really freak me out.
Dawn of the Dead. What year did that come out?
2004.
I did see it had Mekhi Phifer in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah.
Yep. So
and Ving Rhames?
Yes.
Wow.
Ving Rhames.
2 for
yes.
2. All right.
Bonus.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Army of the Dead trailer tomorrow, though. That's gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah, cannot wait for Army of the Dead trailer, and even more so once we start talking about who I'm interviewing for Justice Con. What's up, Alejandro? Good to see you. Noel, good to see you as well here tonight. Jeff Glatfelty, always good to see you, my friend. Frank E up in here, good to see you. What's up, Nick Hammond? Hey, there's Cylon Scotty with the Discord link. There you go, guys. Jump on that link. Guys, get in on that. Cylon Scotty runs that and is doing some fabulous stuff over there. He's got cartoons on Saturday for you guys. You guys can go watch cartoons over at the Poindexter Lounge Discord. You can also, he's got TGIF Fridays, man, where you can watch the old TGIF sitcom lineup over there, man, on Friday nights. Come on. Yes, heck yeah. Get over there. Do that. Yes, Ray Fisher. We love Ray Fisher. We support Ray Fisher. What's up? Is it either Serge or Serge? I hope I got that right. One of those ways anyways. Good to see you here tonight for sure. Simon, good to see you. Mario is up in here. Peter Rabbit's Defender. Yo. Enosh. Hey, Peter Rabbit's Defender was one of those defending me. He was an Enosh Fee defender the other night. And so thank you so much for defending me on Twitter. For those of you who don't know, my video got lumped in with the Fandom Menace the other night.
That thumbnail is
not a bonus. That is not a bonus.
No, it was interesting. One girl, she saw my thumbnail, which was meant to be sarcastic, that I had titled Indiana Jones and the Woke Takeover. And I thought people would read the title of my video at least, because I put something about she's taken over the Indiana Jones movie, or so I'm told. And she didn't watch the video, and so she lumped me in with RK Outpost, Mr. Ryan Kinnell himself, and Jeremy's video and somebody else's, and basically insinuated that I had not had relations with a woman. My 3 children and lovely wife would say otherwise, but it is what it is. And so, but many wonderful people who are friends here of the channel, you all came to my defense and defended my deflowerization. I don't. No, you guys defended the fact that I wasn't a jerk and that I wasn't part of that whole thing.
And I like how everyone did that reasonably and said, like, nah, you're just mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, that was great, by the way. Nobody was disrespectful.
Nobody was like, oh my God, you're so stupid. Why did you say that?
Right?
Nobody did that.
That is exactly what I was so proud of to see. And what a great community this is. You guys, I said it the other night. If you weren't here, though, please hear me again. I'm thankful for that because, there's a lot of communities that would have just gone over and attacked her and said, Enosh is a good guy. You're a jerk. Why would you do that? And they didn't. They simply just kind of came in and said, hey, Enosh is a really good guy. That's not what his video was about. Would you please, take this down? And I was really shocked by that. And I was really blessed by that, because it really shows how good the people are around here. And that you guys, treat people with respect. And that's what we talk about so much here on the channel. And so very, very thankful to all of you. What's up, Rel? Good to see you, sir, here in the chat. My lovely wife that I just spoke of, the lovely Tiff-tastic. Yeah. What's up, Nerd Cosa Nostra? Good to see you. Good to see you here. Matt Jarbo out there lurking. I'm sure Matt's out there delivering tonight, throwing it down. What's up, Jaro 2096? Good to see you. What's up, Tizai? Good to see you. Says I'm not a zombie movie fan, but watching your episode is sort of convincing me to maybe give it a shot. I am excited for Army. So yeah, well, Army takes place in the same universe. So yeah, I'm not a zombie movie fan either. There's a couple of zombie movies I like, but I got a friend who's like all about the zombie movies. Like if it's zombie stuff, they watch it. But I wasn't into The Walking Dead. I know a lot of people are. And
for me, the best zombie movie is still Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead and Zombieland are the best ones.
I love Zombieland. And I liked. Now, did you like the sequel?
Yeah, I did actually. I know some people weren't a big fan of it, but I quite enjoyed it actually.
I like House of the Dead based off that old arcade game. That was terrible. I'm just kidding. That was a Bowl video game movie. I think the mob funneled money through them, and they used the money as a loss leader to write off. Anyways, that's a conspiracy. We don't need to go through that. Yeah, no, I'm not a super zombie guy, but I liked Dawn. I didn't realize at the time Zack Snyder did that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that was his. I just liked it even before I knew that. So that's pretty cool. And he also directed Soul Asylum, Somebody to Shove.
There you go. Yes.
You know what Zack Snyder movie's like really underrated though? I don't know the full title, but I just call it the Owl movie, that animated movie he did. Oh, I'm not kidding. It's very good. Like I'm not kidding.
Guardians of Ga'Hoole.
Yeah, Ga'Hoole.
That's the other one. That's the other Zack Snyder movie that I have not seen.
I remember seeing that in the movie theater when I was a kid, man. Like I actually really liked that movie. It's very dark for a kid's movie in a lot of ways, but it reminds me like of the Don Bluth classic animated movies in a lot of regards.
Okay. Yeah, I just never seen it. I honestly, like, it was a cartoon, so it was like one of those things that was like I didn't have really a reason to see it at the time, and but now I am really interested because honestly, there's a lot of people who talk about that movie now and say that it's really, really great and they really, really love it. And so it's definitely back. It's definitely on my radar. It's definitely something that I have to see, and I have to finish Sucker Punch. I've watched about almost 2/3 of Sucker Punch, but every time I sit down to watch Sucker Punch, something happens and I have to leave or I can't watch the whole thing in one sitting. And it's like, just let me finish this movie, but what are you going to do? Good to see Nicotina's mom in the chat tonight. Always good to see Nicotina's mom in the chat. Hope you're doing well, Miss Nicotina. Ill Life in the chat. What's up? Says Walking Dead isn't really about zombies. It's about people in a post-apocalyptic world. The zombies are just backdrop. Yeah. Let's see. Tiffany says my first zombie movie was Night of the Living Dead. LOL. What's up, Andy Summers? Good to see you. My favorite is Train to Busan. What's up, Daniel? Good to see you. Let's see. I didn't even know about it until I was sent the link to RSVP. For what?
Oh, he was talking about the Army of the Dead trailer. A lot of people are going to be able to see it early.
Oh, okay. That's what he was saying. He gets to see it at 7 a.m. or something. Yeah.
Guess he's somebody. Okay.
He
gets Otis.
Oh, so you get to see that one. See there. Look, it works for you, buddy. Matt was very perturbed that he didn't get to see the Snyder Cut, before all of us. But I just kept telling him, Matt, you keep sharing all these stories about being in Hall H and, running for governor of California and strippers and, you know, and everything else. I'm like, the rest of us, we didn't get all those stories, you know. So some of us got to watch, you know, the Snyder Cut a couple days early. You know, even then we had to wait 6.5 hours before when it finally was supposed to come out. But you know, it is what it is. What's up, Katsuka? Good to see you. Oh, thank you so much, nerd. I appreciate that. We stand with Enosh. Hey, Rhea, what's up, Rhea? Hey, you know what? Hold on just a second. I just got to see here. Rhea, are we? You know, so I have seen Rhea in so many different, you know, shows and stuff. And
yeah, Rhea's wonderful. She's awesome.
So
Rhea's
hey,
a sweetheart.
yeah. So if you guys have, you could. I don't know if I am. If I'm not, we should be. Is Rhea on Twitter?
Yes, she is. Her username I think is Glimmering Harpy. Glimmering Harpy.
Glimmering. Okay, I'm like, because I'm trying to. I thought I was. Because whoops,
a lovely name.
I'm not seeing. Why is it not? Maybe I'm spelling it wrong or something.
Yeah, I can put a link in the private chat.
Yeah, quick. put a link in the private chat. And Rhea, I would love to have you on if. So I had mentioned having you on and stuff, and this would be a great stream.
Yeah, she's wicked smart too.
She is.
She's on your toes, no doubt.
She is. And so as we get started,
Following her, I should be. If I'm not, that's
I thought I was.
If I'm not, that's a problem.
Yep, that's a problem.
Oh my god, I'm not.
I know. Right?
I just
see. We're all figuring this out right here, right now, live on the show.
Bonus.
Well, and I feel bad because she follows me, and I follow everybody. Like, how did Rhea? You're getting in under the radar. I don't know what's going on there.
She's flying under the radar like Tom Cruise did in that one movie. Yeah.
Well, Rhea, now if you can join us, you have a link. So there you go. But I don't know how I missed her. I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, we got a great night tonight. We're going to talk about a bunch of fun stuff, and we're just glad that you are all here for sure. Let's see, I got a couple of super chats. It looks like that I need to read.
The chats that are of the super variety.
The super ones. Yes, they're all awesome. Thank you, Andy. I'm glad you like my t-shirt. Yes, my Metallica shirt.
That's dope.
You know what? I put off getting this shirt for like the longest time because I've been a Metallica fan, man, forever. And I kept seeing it. It's like, yeah, should I get it? And finally I was like, what am I doing? Why don't I have a freaking Metallica shirt, man? I need a Metallica shirt. So
outstanding story.
Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't have one, and now I do. That's the basic of that whole story. I didn't have a Metallica shirt.
That's it. That's the story. That's it.
Right there. Best way I could put it. Whitaker Caton, what's going on? Whitaker with a $5 super chat says WB is afraid of success and is against making money.
I mean, I've never seen a studio this adverse to success and shooting themselves in the foot as I am at Warner Brothers.
I like the comment, but I'll say this.
Yes.
The executives don't want to see success of Warner Media without them there. Because if this thing, if this, I don't see how Zack Snyder gets his Snyderverse and the same people that were in charge and said, yeah, put out Justice League, just did it.
Yeah.
And I don't see how they're continued to be employed there. Now, I'm not saying they should be fired. I'm just saying I think that's, so that's where I think, and they're the holder of the keys. Well, actually, they're a holder of a lot of keys, but we need, what's it, Jason Kilar of At&t, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he needs to be part of the team here and, hand out some severances, hand out some golden parachutes, but like, let's move along, Absolutely.
So for you, Whitaker, I'm going to give you something from our friend, It's Keys, which you can find him on all the platforms. I mean, he's here on YouTube. He's also we feature a lot of his stuff. He does the lunch trench, and I'm blowing up my toaster and all that stuff. But he's on TikTok as It's Keys, and but he's on Twitch with some buddies of his, and they got a rap group that's like amazing, and they literally rap to the comments. So people just like throw stuff up in the comments and they just rap to it, man. And so I'm going to give you this. You get the first one here, ladies and gentlemen, is the Justice rap.
We talking about bands, but I still bust the heat. We've been going on for like 4 hours now, like Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So thank you everybody with a bonus in the chat tonight. Good to see that. Let's see. I just saw another one. There it is. If I can bring it up. I'm finding and I'm clicking, and there is Ash Eternal with a $5 super chat. Says, did you hear the Dome in Hollywood and ArcLight Cinema are permanently closing? Yes. And
I am so depressed about that, man. That's tragic in a lot of regards.
It's very, very sad. I'm
I hope somebody buys them and saves them, man. I really do.
You all know you all know how I feel about theaters, and that I want theaters to thrive. I want theaters to survive. And to hear that is not good news. That's not a bonus kind of thing. See, Tiz I here appreciates my story. Bonus for Enosh for caving and getting the t-shirt. There you go. Jat Marbo getting the exact opposite feel and says, love the metallic, the melodica pant. The melodica pant.
I get the meta joke. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. We used to call him Metalica. But yeah, so for you, we'll give you. I played it at the beginning of the show. We'll give you the Poindexter Lounge reference rap.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Heck yeah.
I like how he heads up like a Led Zeppelin. I thought Led Zeppelin's bang. Okay, I
right?
like that though. I dig it though.
Me too. So I'm trying to see if somebody pops in here. So you know what? The first thing I will do, since Ash brought it up, is and I had this up here is one of the things we could talk about tonight. And of course that is, yes, indeed, ArcLight Cinemas and Pacific Theaters will close permanently.
That hurts, man.
Yeah, so they're going to be closing down, a victim of the global pandemic that brought moviegoing to a standstill. The news comes as things were beginning to look up for the hard-hit exhibition industry and serves as a reminder of the economic devastation wrought by a public health crisis that upended cultural life. After shutting our doors more than a year ago, today we must share the difficult and sad news that Pacific will not be reopening its ArcLight Cinemas and Pacific Theaters location. The company said in a statement, this was not the outcome anyone wanted, but despite a huge effort that exhausted all potential options, the company does not have a viable way forward. The closure means that some of the most prominent and popular movie theaters in the heart of the film industry will be shuttered, including the iconic Cinerama Dome, which has hosted movie premieres and had cameos in everything from Melrose Place to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The announcement resulted in paroxysms of grief. Man, can I read tonight? Of grief across social media.
That's an SAT word.
I know, man. As cinephiles, actors, and filmmakers like Gina Prince Bythewood, or Bithwood, Barry Jenkins, and Elijah Wood weighed in on Twitter and other platforms to express their dismay that these marquees may remain dark even after COVID-19 abates. So yeah, so it's it's a bummer, man. But
no, it's tragic. I mean, everything I've heard about the ArcLight is that the ArcLight was one of the best theaters in the entire country. So it's definitely very sad. And I know a lot of Hollywood stars are trying to find a way to save it, put money together to somehow buy it. I mean, I mean, Netflix or an Amazon could come in, but the only problem with that is that if a Netflix or an Amazon buys it, that means it only probably would screen Netflix or Amazon movies, not the movies that they would normally play.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, I hope that, in a lot of these circumstances, there are people who, who do get together, and maybe there's something still yet that maybe can be done. I don't know, but I hope so. I do hope so, because I think it's a bummer. Anytime we face the idea of possibly losing a theater going experience, I think it's a bad thing. I know there's a lot of people that last year I was bumping the wrong way a little bit on that particular topic, just because I think the theater is an important thing for us going forward, and it's part of helping to reestablish life after all this is over. So, all right, Rhea. Well, Rhea, we would love to have you join then, but we'll have to have you on some other time then, for sure. And if anything changes, hey, you got it. So there you go.
Yeah. But I was going to ask, actually, if we're going to bring up stuff.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to check out Falcon Winter Soldier yet? I was curious if you watched it.
Yeah. I'm all caught up with Falcon Winter Soldier, man. I'm really enjoying it.
More or less than WandaVision?
So honestly, up until the end of the last episode, less.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, just because it seems like there's a lot of setup. Mm-hmm. And so where WandaVision came out the gate, it seemed like with a lot, there was setup, but it seemed to be like there was a lot going on, and it was something like really capturing your interest right away. There's just, to me, it was kind of like a lot of back and forth at first. And just a lot of people just ticked off. I felt like they really overplayed the whole idea of them not liking the new Captain America without giving us a real reason to not like the real Captain America or the new Captain America. You know what I mean? We all if you know comics, you know who he is, and you kind of know that he's a jerk or whatever, but there was nothing in the show yet to say that.
No, I can tell.
And it kind of made Falcon and Winter Soldier look just like jerks, just like, well, this is our friend, so we're going to be defensive of our friend, which is fine. I get that. And the protecting of the shield, and I get the betrayal and everything, but that wasn't that guy's fault, and so I don't know. So it was a little strange.
I just say though that Zemo's been an absolute MVP though. Zemo in the show's been amazing. No, not even Zemo.
I hate Zemo. Like Zemo? I hate Zemo. I cannot stand Zemo. Zemo, I thought sucked in Civil War. He's only a little bit better in this. I just don't. I think it's the actor. I just don't like the actor.
I think he's fantastic as an actor.
Really? Yeah, and
watch
me. I think it's just me. Yeah. I think it's just me. To be quite honest with you, I don't know what it is. I can't really put my finger on it. I was joking with Tiffany the other night that he looks like the love child of Corey Feldman and who was the little guy? If you ever watched Kids in the Hall back in the day, did you ever watch the sketch comedy troupe Kids in the Hall?
I think that was a long time ago.
No, yeah, late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. So he looks like one of the guys on there. And so, anyways, it's just, I don't know. There's just, I really didn't like Zemo in Civil War. So I think that's kind of given me a kind of a bias,
Yeah, I understand. I do think it is funny though.
That was quick. That's got to be a record. That's got to be a record for mentioning people and having them show up in the shack. Good Lord. What do you got? Like a tab open?
You didn't like his dance moves at the club?
Yeah, man. They released the Zemo cut. They released the Zemo cut in 6 days.
Yeah, it's an hour long.
Yeah. They released the Zemo cut in 6 days. Snyder cut took 437 or something. I mean, I don't know what that says, but
I just love that he just shows up.
But I like you. What did I do?
I like you, Enosh. What did I do? I don't know. You're just an evil manipulator.
Weird. I hate you. No,
I know.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Rel's on my side. He says Zemo sucked at Civil War, but I feel guilty that I like him now. I don't hate him now. Before, I hated his character completely. I really hated it in Civil War.
I just like Civil War as a movie in general. So that's why.
Civil War is my favorite MCU movie.
I like Civil War, but see what the problem is for me is Civil War when it gets to the middle, like once it seems like it gets to the airport scene, the airport scene for me looks fabulous. Like visually, it's stunning. It's absolutely so cool and energetic and everything with the heroes. But like when you really break it down, it's like those heroes, they're not really fighting each other. They're just kind of pulling their punches. They're just kind of there and they're just talking, they're chatting it up. And they even bring it like, it's almost like a wink to the watcher. Not the character of the watcher, but like us viewers, us viewing the movie. Like to me, it's almost like a wink to us. Like I expected them almost at some point to actually literally look at the camera and break the fourth wall and be like, hey, isn't this pretty cool that we're all together on the same, thing? I mean, the introduction to Spider-Man was cool, but like, I never believed anybody was really fighting or that, anything was going to come of that. And it just, to me, like when Zemo reveals his plan at the end, just to me, it's like everybody had to perfectly align for that plan to happen. And like, there'd be no way for Zemo to know that like every person would react the way that they were, like to know that Tony would react this way and Steve would react this way and these people would do this and they would all end up back here together, for his plan to work. I don't know. It just, because I think the Captain America movies are the strongest of all of the MCU movies. It's
definitely my favorite trilogy.
Yeah, I love the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and I pretty much love the first movie of each character. I mean, Iron Man is fantastic. Thor is really, really great. I really like Ragnarok.
I love Ragnarok.
Yeah,
a great action comedy. It's hysterical.
Yeah, I like Ragnarok. I know there's a lot of people who don't, but I do. And I didn't think I was going to like Guardians of the Galaxy because I didn't know who they were, and totally won me over. The other ones, everything pretty much I've enjoyed. But yeah, Civil War was just kind of a weird thing for me. I don't know. It was kind of a weird movie for me.
Yeah, because I don't want to get into spoilers for the show, but I don't know if you saw the controversy episode 4, people thinking that the show went woke. I'm just like, oh my god.
Oh, I haven't seen the thing for episode 4 yet though.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been, I don't know. To me, it's just, people looking to be offended by something, like to milk something for outrage, in my opinion. Because I don't think there's anything even blatantly that bad in the show that's like worthy of getting upset about. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking at it in a different perspective from other people, I guess.
So
I think people are looking to be outraged. They get a nice little shot of dopamine in their brain when they get, they say rage is the crack cocaine of emotion.
Yes.
And it's irony though, because if you're that angry all the time, anger comes from lack of control. So like if you get fired up, yes, you get the dopamine hit, norepinephrine, all those fun chemicals in our brains. But it ultimately is like I call it a digital rocking chair. It gives you something to do. It doesn't get you anywhere. I stole that line from Van Wilder.
Rage! Drugs! It's all the same. It's all the same. I love this. Enosh's reading teacher, apparently to go along with Ann Sarnoff's math teacher, that we make fun of every week here. It's okay, buddy. Here's a star. Hey, I will have you know, Enosh's reading teacher, that I was in advanced reading when I was a kid. I'm sorry that I'm having an off night that you have to show up. Jeez. And see, here's somebody who says, yes, the actor does resemble Corey Feldman. Yes.
Danny, I don't know if you should watch this movie. It has Chris Hemsworth in it. It's directed by Ron Howard. It's called Rush. It's really good. It's like a racing movie. It's like one of the best.
I want to see that. I definitely want to see that. But yeah, it's, I'm gonna take a stab at that and say Puchi Ung. Hope I got that right. Rel here says Zemo probably did his head tilt while typing that to Enosh. Baron Zemo once again says Civil War's comic series was brutal. The film is an insult to the comics. Nobody even died. LOL. You were in the movie. You were in that film.
You have a just doesn't like because he lost,
Yeah. Edward Clay says, Enosh, I think the only two that were fighting were Bucky and T'Challa. Yeah. pretty much. Let's see here.
Well, I think they were fighting to get the other person to submit, not necessarily take them. That's why, when poor War Machine gets an exploded truck thrown at him, he says that's the step on the gas a little bit, and then Ant-Man screwed up, so.
Yeah. Ash Eternal with a $5 super chat says, did you hear Variety and Hollywood Reporter reporting $3 Theater wouldn't be covering movie news anymore? Hashtag restore the Jarbo verse. Hashtag fire and Stardust.
In all seriousness, though, I am happy for Matt. I think, do what you love, man, and he's interested in pursuing some other things with his channel, and all the support to him, man. He does great audio commentaries and all that stuff, so.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
You think
He'll
so?
be back. Yes, because every week Matt tells me something new that he wants to do with his channel and this other channel, and starts another channel and has another channel that he's working on and thinking about and doing stuff. And you know what? He finds his love again.
Once the COVID restrictions get lifted for filming and everything, because right now it's very difficult for most productions to proceed. It's just really, I remember people going off on Tom Cruise because he flipped out on a couple of people because he was spending his own money financing one of the latest Mission Impossible movie. So I don't, hopefully, hopefully it's, he'll come back around. Mm-hmm. He'll come back around.
He will. He'll be there. He'll be there. Matt Jarbo will be there for all of us because Matt loves movies. Okay, so. I know.
Unless you magically stop liking movies, then yes, I would agree.
Yes.
It's a permanent decision, which I don't believe. No.
Peter Rabbit's Defender here says, yesterday I saw the Nevers pilot. I need to see that still. And it was mediocre at best. Joss did really lose his mojo since Ultron. Yeah, I just want to see it just because I want to see, where that actually goes. But it says, but I can't believe that HBO Max praised the high rating that the show got. If he can't get up. So
no, I don't know if you saw, but apparently the Nevers was the biggest HBO premiere on HBO Max of all time.
Oh, was it?
That showed it huge numbers, and they're touting the numbers.
Oh,
which
was
is what
it?
Jarbo was talking about later. It's like, well, they dropped the numbers for the Nevers, but no Snyder Cut numbers yet.
Oh, well, of course.
So,
I would love some Snyder Cut numbers.
School name is
Where is it? Where is the cocaine?
Well, according to Grace Randolph, you're probably never going to get them.
I agree with H. Bart's restore the Jat Marboverse. And even though he's back in the back rolling his eyes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel. Jarbo, not Matt Jarbo. Notice his name. He's changed everything. He's gone into hiding, folks. He's changed everything.
I'm currently at an undisclosed Dairy Queen waiting for some orders. So, that's how it goes.
I got Cinnabon delivered the other day. It cost me $20 for $6 items, but YOLO.
Yeah, I know. This order is a double order, so I only got about 5 minutes. But no, I am. I'm done with the look. When I say movie news, what I mean by my thing is that I'm not going to be doing individual news bits in videos. I'll do live streams. We'll talk about what comes up, but I don't want to spend that. I don't want to chase that. I spent all afternoon looking into the lawsuit that woman brought against the Matrix. Do you guys remember that?
Grr!
Do you remember that lawsuit from 2003?
No, I didn't hear this.
This woman,
more like 2000.
Pretty much. No, this woman.
She good year for me.
She sued Warner Brothers.
I was busy touring the country that year with my musical hero John Schlitt, so I don't remember too much that was going on news wise.
She claims she wrote the original concept for the Matrix and Terminator franchise, that they were connected, that they're really just one story, and she says she did that back in the early 1980s, and that she had submitted it, and that it was stolen, and all this other nonsense. And she's insane. She's absolutely insane. But I tracked down her Twitter, and she dropped her actual cell phone number in her Twitter. So I sent her a text message today, and I was like, "Hi, I do YouTube. Can I talk to you?" And she's like, "Yeah, let's set it up."
Hi, I'm Jat Marbo.
Yeah, but I found another guy who was a total QAnon nut job, who also claims that he wrote the story for The Matrix originally back in 1998, even though the movie came out in March of 1999.
Of course you did, because you're Matt Jarbo, and that's who you find, man.
Wait, can you have the two of them duke it out on your stream?
Dude,
you know what the thing is? They don't like each other. They do talk a lot of crap about each other on Twitter.
Yeah, because only one could have written it. Yeah, of course they hate each other. Somebody's telling the lie, or they're both telling the lie.
The whole thing is crazy. The whole thing is crazy. I was like, I spent all afternoon diving into like archive, stuff and like fake news and bad information that came out, and it's just like. It's so weird. It's so weird. The story should be bigger, but it's really big in the African American community because she's African American, and they thought, oh, here's a black woman who was ripped off by Hollywood, and other black actors and artists have been ripped off by Hollywood. So a lot of people kind of rallied around her, but a lot of the commentary after the fact are other black authors that are just like, this lady she's grifting you, and she's using this as the reason to do it. It's very fascinating stuff.
I think you should have the two duke it out on your stream. That's the only way. It's like the Highlander. There can be only one, or actually, there can be only none because neither of them wrote it.
Oh, but no. Like the lady's insane. She's like super spiritual, and the guy's a QAnon nut job. So, who's also very spiritual, which would be very fascinating to see happen. Yeah, but I caught a live stream of this guy with talking about how celebrities, are eating babies for the adrenochrome. And I'm like, QAnon. You're QAnon.
Lord.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Here we go. Let's get into this conversation, So, that's to me is more fun these days than like, hey, like this is what's going on with this stuff. I'm just bored with it, to be honest with you. I'm just bored with most
that's why I say, like, I agree with Lewis. You will return. Once you're not bored with it, you will return because
it's not going to be boring forever. I understand now.
You love movies, man. You love movies.
Well,
you love
talking
stories
about movies. Yeah. I like researching movies and talking about them, which is the whole point of Podio commentary. But it's like, if like there's a like the thing with the Indiana Jones lady from the other day. Like I'm fine with Phoebe Waller-Bridge getting cast, but then it's just like
I don't understand what she did wrong. Everyone's going crazy. I don't even know her.
She is a feminist, and that's what people don't like about her. She was brought in to do some of the rewrites on what's on.
I'll be right back.
Bond movie.
Yeah, No Time to Die. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
you are the Jarbo, what Keeler is Snyder. What? I don't understand that, Ash Eternal, but I thank you for your contribution to this channel. There we go.
I think that's a compliment. I think you should take it that way.
I'm not looking at it as a negative.
No, I'm just trying to remember my analogies from my SAT prep.
Matt, while you're here, I'm curious. What do you think about the Nevers and all the controversy with like the numbers that they got? Biggest premiere on HBO.
I was laughing about that. I was like, because
my thing is, what happened to accountability is greater than entertainment. Like
that only applies if you care. That only applies if you care, dude. It does.
Well, that's why I'm never going to watch it. I don't care how good it is. I have to make a statement.
But it's like, but my question then becomes, though, who are you asking for accountability from? They removed Joss Whedon from the project. The project was already in post-production. So the accountability is get rid of Joss Whedon. So they've already got rid of Joss Whedon. So at this point now, your accountability has already been reached because that threat, he's gone. So by that logic, watch the show. Apparently, a lot of other people did. I was watching that the QAnon documentary on HBO. And I forgot about the Nevers because the QAnon documentary ties in a lot with Gamergate, which is where I kind of came from. So this is a very interesting documentary, just on a personal level, because I know a lot of the players involved. So it's like, I know that guy. I know that guy. I know that guy. What have I done with my life? That kind of thing.
Wow. Well, H. Bartz wants to know where his Arby's is.
Dude, you gotta order it when I'm on, man. So I'm on. Well,
I told him I'm here in Michigan. I'll deliver it to him, man. I even hand downloaded a bunch of drops just for H. Bartz because that's how much we care about him here. See,
but here's the thing, Enoch.
You're not even going to be talking about movies anymore. You're not even going to.
If you are going to go do Uber Eats, let me know. I'll send you the reference code. I get $50. if you complete like 200 deliveries, which is super easy. I just crossed 2,700.
There you go. Way to go, man. Way to go.
On the other combined, I've done about 5,000 in the last 2.5 years. So I've
That's
done a
awesome,
lot of
man. Hey, you know what? There ain't no shame in that. Ain't no shame in that. I know. There's people giving you a hard time. Hey, dude, working is working, man, and you're killing it, man. The stuff you've told me, man, you're killing it. So
yeah, you can't complain. That. You can't complain with like 25, 30 an hour. I mean, I got to go in a second here. So I got to go get food, but I mean, it's like
Peter Rabbit's Defenders wants his McDonald's too.
Well, again, you got to order it. I can't just bring you something without it going through my system. You know, like, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. I'm not a magical food delivery fairy.
And Ash Eternal.
I don't know if I believe you, Matt. I think you are, and I think you're just holding out.
Matt, you're our food fairy. I could just see you floating in. With
I
wish I had the picture of you in the unicorn thing just up and loaded, so I could just like bring you in with the unicorn thing.
Yeah,
Matt Jarbo is our food fairy, unicorn fairy. But no, Ash Eternal, man. Ash Eternal with a $2 super chat says, Enosh, you are to Jarbo what Keelar is to the Snyder. And I will just say, I love Matt Jarbo, and I will not let Matt Jarbo go away from movie news. I will do all that I can to wrangle him back in at any chance that I get, because Matt Jarbo is movie news. That's who Matt Jarbo is. That's in his blood. It's who he is.
I'm just not going to be. It's not going to be a priority. How about that? That's what it's boiling down to. It's not going to be a priority. I'd rather when you watch that
trailer.
No, that's not. That's going to be different because I'll do a reaction to the trailer. And that's not news. That's a reaction. That's artistic integrity and creation right there. It's not just reading a Variety article. I mean, I probably will later on, but that's beside the point of research. So,
yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Peter Rabbit's Defender. You already kind of gave. Well, I don't know if you gave your thoughts, but Peter Rabbit's Defender gave a $2.99 super chat. Thank you, and says, Jarbo, please give us your thoughts on the Nevers premiere.
Sure, I'll watch it. I'll watch it tonight when I get home. And or maybe I'll watch it tomorrow, whatever. But I'll watch it in the next day or two, and I'll let you guys know. I want to see it. It's like X-Men.
Hollywood Purgatory says true story. Jarbo and I watched Rise of Skywalker together at El Capitan Theater.
We did. That's when I flew. That's when I flew to LA specifically to watch Rise of Skywalker like 2 days early.
That's awesome.
It was fun. It was a good time. I got to meet Jeffrey, which I like Jeffrey quite a bit. So that was pretty cool. And sadly, I'm not really friends with the other person I was there with anymore. That's unfortunate, but it was cool meeting Jeffrey. But all right, guys, I'm going to bounce. I'm going to go and get these DQ blizzards to some people who probably have diabetes.
Rip.
Oh, no.
I have diabetes. That's why I'm making a joke about myself.
Diabetes. Anyway, no, it's diabetes.
It's more but if we're going to quote Warner Brothers executive, it's more like Diabonus.
Diabonus. So I believe here. I believe I found it because I know. Okay, here's Jeffrey. Yes, Jeffrey. I will. I'll send you a link because we're gonna go over a couple of things here in a minute.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, Matt. We'll see you. All right. So, but don't worry, guys. Matt will be back. I know Matt too well now to think that he won't. Ash Eternal with another $5 super chat says so. Matt, is Enosh right about? Is Enosh right about you returning to movie news, or is some crazy Queenosh conspiracy? Trust me. Just look me right in the eyes when I tell you, Matt Jarbo will return.
No new taxes, you liar! There were new taxes, you jerk.
I did not have movie relations with that woman.
You are a fibber. You're gonna owe a few bucks to the fib jar there.
No, you know what? To me, it's too much in his blood. It's too much part of who he is.
He'll take a dive for now. He'll be back. Exactly.
But all right. Well, you know what? We're gonna move right along. I've got some great news to share with you guys. So as I said, coming up, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is going to be something very cool that you guys are all going to want to participate in. You're all going to want to watch, and that is Justice Con 2021. We've got the complete schedule here, folks, for you. We got everything lined up for you to tell you who's going to be where, what time they're going to be there, who's going to be doing the stuff. Now, first of all, this will be on the Justice Con YouTube channel. Okay, so this will not be on my YouTube channel when I do mine. This won't be on individual YouTube channels. This will be on the channel. This will be on the Justice Con YouTube channel. So if you have not already, just look up Justice Con on YouTube. You're here already. You can just look it up, and it's super easy to find. And just do that real quick. H Bartz with a $5 super chat says Matt is like a god, shows up when he is needed and leaves as soon as he arrives.
You can only grace with his presence for so long.
Yeah, and given his love of religion, I'm sure he absolutely loves that analogy. But you know what? He loves me. So you know what? The thing is if Matt loves me, I think we're all good. And so that's pretty funny. So H Bartz, I download these just for H Bartz. So here's for Matt to just say, Matt, don't stay away too long.
Okay. Wow, nice job. Bravo. That's amazing. Do it again. I blinked. Come on, you can do it.
That is terrifying.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Hollywood Purgatory. What's up, Hollywood Purgatory?
AKA the J to the E to the double F for A. Hey, thank you guys. I really appreciate your generosity and graciousness. The honor and pleasure is all yours, I'm sure. But thank you very much. First of all, I just want to say I really just appreciate what you do here on Poindexter Lounge. Just with, like, I don't always agree with the things you guys say about Snyderverse and Justice League, but specifically what you guys have done and just going after some of the, I think, the real toxic elements of fandom and exposing them and calling them out for their wrongdoing. I do appreciate that and what you guys have done with that. And, you know, for those, I mean, not to name any names, but you know who they are. You guys have brought them up, but that is something I greatly appreciate, and I like that you do here, just because I think it's important. Because, like, I understand the anger, and disappointment and frustration when, you know, it's something you really like and you care about, and it's disappointing and it's not good. I get that, but, like, at some time, like, you know, move on. Like, right? Okay, maybe you don't like Last Jedi. Last Jedi is not my favorite movie. I hated Rise of Skywalker. But, like, I did, even if you didn't like those movies, I feel like there are a bunch more that you can like. Like, I think The Mandalorian is fantastic.
Yep.
Now maybe some of the upcoming Star Wars shows, maybe The Acolyte isn't going to be very good. Okay, whatever. But they're making so many shows. I think there's a good chance you might like one of them. You might like Obi-Wan. You might like Ahsoka, or one of those shows, or you might like Rogue Squadron. My feeling is, here's the other thing: you can't hit a home run every time you go up to bat. Sometimes you're going to hit a double. Sometimes you're going to hit a single. Sometimes you're going to strike out. It's just the law of averages, right? So sometimes things are not going to be good, and that's okay. You have to learn to live with that, and not like just make 100 like fake videos about it.
Exactly.
And I feel like you guys understand that better than a lot of people.
Well, I appreciate that, man. You know, and that's the thing is, like, I can appreciate people with a difference of opinion than me. You know, like, everybody doesn't have to agree with me and think exactly the same about me, and we can still be friends. Most of my friends, you know, do have a differing opinion about something, you know, other than what I believe, you know, or agree about. But yeah, when it comes to that segment of the fandom, that to me, like, and I hate using the word toxic just because it gets so overused and so
for sure
run through and everything. But I mean, really, like it's just poisonous, because it just goes from one person to the next, and it literally preys on people's fears about what they don't want to see happen, or their dislikes of what happened. You know, we just saw it, you know, this last weekend over the whole stupid Indiana Jones thing. You know, it's like, oh my God, there's a woman. Oh my God, she's been in stuff that, you know, she's left leaning. Oh my God, it's the end of the world now. And like, they're literally filling in the blanks of what she's going to do in the movie, that she's going to take over the entire Indiana Jones movie, and that it's going to be ruined, and they're just going to put Indiana Jones down. And who knows?
Right.
It could happen.
I mean, that's the thing too. Negativity is so draining, and I feel like in fandom look at stuff like Justice Con, for example. It's something amazing that the community has brought on. It's a way for us to unite and share what we love, not discuss stuff that we hate. And I feel like that's a positive direction we need to take fandom in, you know? I think when we make fandom a better and more positive place to be, it works out best for everybody.
What I don't like, though, is the ones who are marketing dishonesty. And, like, I've got the scoops and rumors, like Kathleen Kennedy is getting kicked off of Lucasfilm, and here we are in 2021 and she's still there. And they've been like, I can find tweets from like 2019 of
Don't worry, guys, I have two sources. Don't
it's happening tomorrow.
Don't forget to send a super chat. Don't forget to become a channel member. I got those sources. No, I'm totally not lying.
Pay for their Patreon. But like this person is a prominent YouTuber. And she's tweeting in like 2019, hey, a lot of people are about to report that Kathleen Kennedy is getting fired. Don't remember, I was the first one to break this like a year earlier. Yeah. Like, and then like Gina Carano. Okay, Jon Favreau wants Gina Carano back on Miller. Like, where are you even getting that? Where?
Right?
And people buy it. I don't even know if they believe it, but maybe they just want to believe it. They like the fantasy world. I don't know.
I don't know either. I really at this point, I don't understand where people are just getting us. In fact, I had this really funny video somebody sent me that showed
because
how
it
you
doesn't
put
have
that
to be
together.
True. It just has to feel good. It would feel good. It would feel good to some people that Kathleen Kennedy would be canned, because they feel that they hired Rian Johnson, who ruined the series for them. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the power fantasy, right? You know, it's she ruined everything, even though despite the fact that George Lucas handpicked her, and despite the fact that George Lucas, while he was a small studio guy and fought Hollywood forever on that, sold it to the largest studio on the planet, which I find absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like here's my thing about Lucas. You sold the company. Once you sell the company, you don't really get a say anymore.
Exactly.
And he wiped his hands of it. You know, once you sell the company, you can't really call the shots anymore, and that's kind of, to me, that's on him.
The moral of the story is don't let people finish your work. If he wanted to do 7, 8, and 9, there is absolutely no reason. Lucasfilm was very well funded. He had very little debt on the company. You ever notice it said Lucasfilm Ltd? That means limited partnership, right? Which means you only have a few people that own the company. In fact, there was only one, George Lucas. So he owned that all outright. So to me, it was like, and he ran the company reasonably responsibly in terms of a debt perspective. He had very little debt on it. I think on a $4 billion valuation, he had like $8 million worth of debt, which is nothing. That's like me owing my electric bill. You know, like who cares? You just pay it, whatever. Who cares? You know. So to me, it's like, if you want to blame anyone, to me, it's like, George didn't have to sell it, and he says he doesn't care about money, and I believe that. I believe he's one of those people. He's like, whatever, I get what I get. He could have gave half the company to Dave Filoni and saved the other half for his kids. It's like, Dave, take care of my kids when I'm gone, and I want you to hire the talent. I want you don't. Money's not an object. Get whoever costs, whatever it costs. He could have done something like that, but he sold it to the largest studio on the planet. I believe Disney is. Is that correct? Or one of them.
I know if they aren't the largest,
who would be bigger?
I don't know.
AT&T would be bigger because I mean, if you're talking about a media conglomerate, I would think AT&T.
Bigger than Disney?
Well, they're AT&T, and now they.
Well, I mean, like, right, of course, but I mean, like, I would. Okay, so is Disney smaller than Warner Media?
I think it depends upon how you look
Apple?
at it. I guess it depends.
Apple's becoming a media
well, because there was
depends on how you value
it because like, remember like a year or so ago they were talking about that, like Apple could have just come in and like done a forceful takeover and literally just bought all of Disney. Yes, but it was the fact that they really don't want to be in the amusement park game. right? They don't want that. They would want the media part of it, but they don't want the other part of it. And so they were saying that literally Apple could literally come in and just do a force, a force.
Yeah, but Apple's primarily, hardware and soft. I mean, yes, they have an entertainment network, but I mean, I'm talking about like actual studio that produce Hollywood and streaming content. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe Warner Media is bigger, but not by much.
Yeah. Well, that it's hard to keep track. The more that these companies, envelop other companies.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, who knows who bought what when,
I know Disney, taking over Fox, that man. So I don't know that would have to do something. But that being said, we'll see. Ryan here says Viacom is the biggest corporation.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
I'll take an L on that one.
I can believe
either way,
that.
Disney's up there though.
To answer your question, H. Bartz, the Watchmen TV series is envisioned by Damon Lindelof, the creator, as a sequel to the original graphic novel and not the Zack Snyder film. So,
Correct.
Sorry about that.
Correct. And if you go into that expecting what you saw in Zack Snyder's film, it's not the same.
But technically it's fan fiction to me because Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons had nothing to do with it.
Exactly. Exactly. So anyways, that being said, so here we go. JusticeCon 2021 is going to be just absolutely amazing. This was dropped today from the official Twitter. If you're not following it, go over there and follow JusticeCon 2021 at justice_con. This is the schedule you've been waiting for is finally here. Friday belongs to fans and their workshops. Saturdays will take us through Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then Sunday is for Army of the Dead. So it's definitely going to be super cool.
I might have mentioned this before, but I interviewed Zack Snyder once.
Did you?
And it's online, yeah.
That's cool. That's very cool.
It was on Hollywood Boulevard. It was for I think it was in late 2015 or early 2016. It was for the Guinness Book of World Records recognizing Batman as like having had the most media adaptations in history in the Guinness Book of World Records, basically.
Oh, really?
And it was promoted by Warner Brothers. Zack Snyder was there, and the Batman versus Superman Batmobile, the Ben Affleck Batmobile was there. And we did not have a long interview. It was a brief chat, but it was a memorable moment for me. So yeah.
Well, that's very, very cool. Well, while we're saying that, I think he was having some problems with his mic there, but hey, welcome to the show. Dravwalker, what's up, Luke?
How you doing? I know, right?
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, man. Oh, mate, I was trying to get my iPad going. I was struggling, mate.
Oh, iPads are really rough when it comes to StreamYard, man. They just do not like it at all.
I nearly launched it like a Frisbee, eh?
I hear you, man. I hear you. So here's the lineup for this Friday, the 16th, starting at 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So these are Eastern Daylight Time. First is the Art for Everyone and Anything. Then that's Michael Greenberg. And then Green Lantern, Jessica Cruz from Panel to Screen at 7:45 a.m. And there's a whole panel there. Alicia Nava, Jaker Lowry, Carla Zamora, Darren Martin, Kevin Dawson. And then at 8:30 a.m. Eastern times is Making the BVS Kryptonite Spear with Bat Mike. Then Creation of Nightmare Joker with Robbie Madiri. That's at 9 a.m. At 9:30 is Lights, Camera, Action. It's from Flow Arts and Fight Craft. Then at 10 a.m. is Anatomy of Recognition Typography with Ian Griffin. And then at 10:45 a.m. is Fan Editing 101. This is going to be a lot of great stuff, like for people who are interested in that, kind of the behind the scenes things, things like that. That's at 10:45 a.m. with Alice Productions. And then
an artisan craftsman's.
Yes.
Sorry.
And 11:15 a.m. is How to Make a Film with Steve Kassan. Steve is actually, we're going to have him on the channel here. He has made a lot of great short films, and there's some stuff that we want to have him on here for. And then this Artists League International at noon with Super Batsy, Makari Madness, Razanul Hoke, I believe, and Rim Slim. And then 1:30 p.m., The Power of Snyderverse, Restoring Mental Health with Jax, Darius, and Mateo. And then 2:45 p.m., let's make an Amazon Tiara together and talk cosplay with Liz Wonder, Adi Rodriguez, and Susie Creates. And then Martian Manhunter fan film costume commentary. The Twins of Destruction will be doing that at 4 p.m. At 5 p.m., we've got Working with Eva Foam with Julie Whiteley. And then at 6:45 p.m. To close out the day, How to Join a Zoom Meeting as an Animated Character.
Yeah, I know. I need that one.
That
David Jones.
Fun.
Yeah, so that'll be.
Just to clarify, Enosh, for the audience, this is all going to be on their YouTube channel, right? Just on YouTube. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
I was going to ask the same question.
Yep. So this is all only on the Justice Con YouTube channel. So it's not going to be on our channel.
Animated Avatar panel.
So that's that. Now here comes Saturday. Now remember, Saturday is all of the Zack Snyder's Justice League stuff, and this is going to be great. Starts at 10. Hold on a second. What is this? Hold on a second. I think. I think. This
can you hear me, Enosh?
Yep, I can hear you, sir.
Oh, sweet. So no worries.
Yep, we're good. So I believe it's supposed to be 10 a.m. To 11 a.m. Here, not p.m. here, Eastern time. It says anyone can cosplay. A discussion on cosplay accuracy and acceptance. You know, there's rules to some of that stuff. You know, like to be accepted in certain groups and stuff like that. And so there'll be Liz Wonder, Kay Cosplay, Colleen Cosplay, Hijabi Hooligan Cosplay. And so with host Cole Queen, you know, one of the nerd queens, Cole. Then at 11:30 to 12:30 will be a spotlight on Victor Koo. And so the guest will be Victor Koo with host Dave Avery. And that's going to be our next giveaway, actually, folks, is actually a DC holographic poster signed by Victor Koo. So wow,
that's awesome.
Heck yeah. I got a couple of those to give away. I got them at BVS Comes Home when we watched the BVS The Ultimate Edition a few weeks ago. And so I got a couple of those to give away. Heck yeah. Then at 12:45 to 1:45 p.m. Eastern, it'll be Spotlight on Ray Porter, good friend of the channel here. We've had him on a few times.
What a lovely guy he is.
Yes. And
who's that? Sorry, mate. Sorry, Enosh.
Yeah.
The general. Sorry, I don't know the names of the other people.
Ray Porter. So Victor.
No. In the stream.
Me with the Goblin Slayer icon. I'm Jeffrey or Hollywood Purgatory.
Yeah. So which one's that on?
I'm RJ. Yeah.
I'm the guy with the flames is Firewater.
Yeah, up top here, that's Firewater, then RJ, and then Hollywood Purgatory or Jeffrey.
No worries. Okay, sweet. Hey, boys.
Right. Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't know who it was.
All right. So 12:45 is Spotlight on Ray Porter, obviously Darkside, good friend of the channel here, and that will be hosted by Shiraz Faruqi. And then at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. will be a Spotlight on Ray Fisher, which will be hosted by Chris Wong Swenson. So you're going to want to tune in for that. At 3:15 to 4:15 p.m. will be a Spotlight on Joe Manganiello. And so that's going to be really cool. He's been a hot topic lately as far as, continuing the Snyderverse.
Some amazing pictures.
Heck yeah. And so Dave, the film junkie, will be talking to him from 3:15 to 4:15 p.m. And then at 4:30, from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m., there'll be a spotlight on Harry Lennox, Mr. Martian Manhunter himself. And that will be hosted by Scott McClellan. Yep. So that'll be a great one. Hopefully he gets in there and ask him some Martian Manhunter questions. And then check this out at 5:45 to 6:45. Speaking of the Batmobile and people, who I don't know, designed that and helped design a lot of stuff for the stuff for Batman v Superman and Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League. A spotlight on Patrick Tatopoulos from 5:45 to 6:45 p.m. hosted by none other than yours truly.
One of the best production designers in the business, IMHO.
Absolutely.
Ain't no shows on it.
Yes, that is me, sir.
Oh,
that is
dude,
me.
Mate.
Yes.
Champion.
So, yes, sir. So I've got to see that Batmobile in person at the Warner Brothers lot, and that Batmobile is just absolutely fabulous. Looks amazing, and so I can't.
That's seriously awesome, man. I mean, production designers and people who design stuff, they're oftentimes the unsung heroes of movies. So I think it's great to spotlight.
Hey, Enosh, man, I gotta dip, man.
Okay, man.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. A lot of fun always coming on, talking about bonuses. And,
absolutely, always glad to have you here, sir.
I appreciate it. And have a good evening, chat. Everyone, have a great evening. Thank you so much.
Glad to meet you, mate.
Very nice to meet you as well, sir.
All you right, too, bro. Then, we'll see you, buddy. Then 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., you're going to want to tune in for, of course, the deep dive into Zack Snyder's Justice League with Zack Snyder, hosted by the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg. That'll be, of course, Zack Snyder. And then,
Meg's awesome. What a great honor for her.
Yes. Zack. Heck yeah. And then there at 8:30 p.m. To close, whenever, is Spotlight on Jay Oliva. And that'll be hosted by Tim Yoko. So that is day 2, which is the spotlight on Zack Snyder's Justice League. But here comes day 3, folks, and this is going to be cool. This is going to be cool. I think a lot of you guys are really going to enjoy it. Whoops, I went to the wrong day there. But day 3 is
Army of the Dead Day.
Is Army of the Dead Day. And so I am I'm looking forward to that. So here we go. So first of all, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. will be a spotlight on American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, something that's very much near and dear to our heart, and I know near and dear to so many others. And you guys were awesome. Just a couple of weeks ago, you raised over $1,300 here on the channel towards suicide prevention. So thank you to everyone who was part of that. And that will have guests Ashley Alberto and Doreen Marshall, PhD. And Cole will be hosting that from the Nerd Queens. Also at 12:15 to 1:15 p.m., women behind the scenes of Army of the Dead with guests Julie Berghoff, Misha Bukowski, Stephanie Porter, and Dodie Dorn. And that'll be hosted by... Yes.
How much you saw that Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead? Did you not? You saw it?
Yes. Yep. I just watched it the other night. Yes.
Just like Gladiator, is it like that or like that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I gave my my impression of it the other night. I'm not a big zombie movie guy, but I'll tell you what, I absolutely loved the movie. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Totally had me from beginning to end. My family loved it, and so for sure, man.
Normally, I've like the movies that you like is I sort of follow suit, man. So I look to you for, when I want to see a new movie, I look to see your
my up or down, yeah,
exactly that.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, no, I absolutely loved it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So, but yeah, so this would be women of behind the scenes of the Army of the Dead. Then after that, from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m., will be spotlight on women from Army of the Dead with guests Ella Purnell, Anna de la Reguera, Nora Arenzetter, Tig Notaro. I know. I think I messed that one up. Huma Kurishi and Samantha Wynn. And that'll be hosted by the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg. Then at 2:45 to 3:45, there will be a spotlight on Deborah Snyder. And that will be hosted by somebody very, very fantastic, very wonderful. And that, of course, is the lovely Fatma. Fatma is just amazingly awesome. She's just such a sweetheart. And, my wife, Tiffany, hosts over on there on League of Mayhem with the Nerd Queens and Fatma and Wonder Meg and many others. And so I've gotten to know Fatma so well over the last last little while. And
yeah, Tiff and all them do an amazing job. Like I know they've talked to Deborah before. That was a great interview.
Oh my gosh, man! So tomorrow night, the Nerd Queens and League of Mayhem will have a new episode. And oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank here. You're gonna have to help me out. Who is the country singer who did Hallelujah in Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Give me damn.
Why am I drawing a blank?
Give me 2 seconds.
Leonard Cohen?
No.
Allison Crow.
Allison Crow. She is on tomorrow night. Tiffany will be along for that, and we'll be interviewing Allison Crow with the rest of the League of Mayhem.
That's great.
Yes, so you guys are going to want to check that out. And Peter Rabbit's Defender here with the $1.99 super chat says Samantha Wynn is my favorite Zack Snyder's collaborator. That's really cool. Yeah, so
it is.
So you're going to want to tune in for that and check that out. And just also so you know, Luke, Rel here, Rel McMillan says Dawn of the Dead is on my Mount Rushmore of zombie films. So
wow.
Yep. So yeah. So we're all very, very proud of Tiff. And when she told me that she was going to be interviewing Allison Crow, I'm like, well, dang, girl, you moving up in the world.
Right? Five for the top, mate.
That's what I'm saying, man. Every time I think I did something, but guess what, folks? Even though I love her, well, she'll be here with me that day. She'll be with me that day. But Sunday, guess what, folks? We're bringing the heat. That's right, folks.
We're
bringing the heat.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you see the macho Enosh Randy Savage digs deep down.
Oh yeah.
Let me put my glasses on. It's so bright here. I gotta wear shades.
I know how you're talking, brother.
Oh yeah, because guess who's gonna be on? That's right. It's gonna be a spotlight on Dave Bautista. You know that guy's been, kind of ditching me for quite a while, and I gotta pick up with him because it'll be none other than me, Macho Man Enosh V versus Bautista. Out. Yeah,
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, you have no idea how jealous I am of you right now. I love Dave Bautista so much.
That's right.
Enosh, as Macho Man once said, the cream always rises to the top.
Oh yeah, the cream rises to the top, and so we got Bautista, absolutely. So when
do you know what questions you can ask him?
I've got my list of things that I've been working on. I only found out late last week, really, and it was funny because when I found out, it was kind of funny how I found out. I was out at a lunch meeting, and I got this message, and it was like, "Hey, what are you doing right now?" I was like, "I'm just sitting here in a lunch meeting," and they're like, "Oh, well, we can let you know who you're going to interview later." It's like, what? No. What? You can't do that to me. Come on. You can't just be like, hey, we'll just tell you later who you're going to interview, whatever. I was like, no, I'm good. You can tell me now. And they're like, I'm like, I can step out for a second. They're like, are you sitting down? And I'm like, well, right now I am, but I can be. And they're like, are you ready? And I'm like, yeah, I'm ready. Just tell me. And then they send a gif of a drum roll, and it's like drum roll, and I'm like, come on, just tell me. And they're like, you get Dave Bautista. And they're like, we thought it was fitting given all the wrestling stuff you do and the macho man stuff that you do and everything. And so if
it was a live interview, I would hope that you'd ask him to drop a Batista bomb on you just on the set.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on WrestleMania last night, Enosh?
So, sadly to say, I did not watch WrestleMania last night. So I didn't watch last year, and I didn't watch this year. The product has,
It's tough without fans. I admit that.
It's hard to watch.
They had 25,000 people in attendance. That it made a big difference last night and Saturday. I will say that
they did. But if you're a wrestling fan, it's a struggle to watch it these days.
It is, yeah, man. Like I used to be a massive fan, man. Like back when the WCW days, with Sting, with NWO, and Hollywood Hogan, and all that stuff. And I used to love that stuff, but to this day, I don't watch wrestling nowhere near as much as what I used to, nor collect the figurines. But there's the guy. He's a chubby bloke. He played the guy with the lantern and the beard. Now he's become like that.
Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt. Yeah. Now he's the Fiend. Now he's the Fiend.
Yeah. He looks friggin' sick.
Yeah, he looks amazing, but they book him horribly and always make him lose.
He lost to Randy Orton again last night.
In like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Roman Reigns.
But Sean C is correct. Night 1 was far superior to Night 2. Night 2 was kind of bad, and also AEW has been a lot better, in my opinion. I love AEW.
Yeah. To you guys, where is it? Where's the camera? Too sweet.
Yeah, too sweet. Too sweet crew.
There you go.
But no, like Enosh, man. If I got to interview Batista, man, I don't know how I would feel about that. I would be losing my mind.
Tell you, man, I'm trying to keep my cool, but it's
because
really
that man is like he's one of the nicest people ever I've heard in interviews, especially like he's just an absolute sweetheart. Like he just loves talking to fans.
Man, if it was me, I'd be
the whole night closes real quick. We'll just close this out. The whole night closes in from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern with a spotlight on Army of the Dead with Zack Snyder, which I'm looking forward to. With of course Zack Snyder, and that is going to be hosted by Scott McClellan and Tim Yoko. So that's the all-star lineup, folks, for Justice Con. And
congrats, Enosh, and best of luck to you with that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And the thing is, what's really cool, guys, is like this is completely free. You can watch it at home. I mean, I remember last year I was watching, Justice Con from my car. I literally, we had my phone set up in the dash of the car. And I was driving somewhere listening to it while the rest of the family were watching like Zack Snyder with the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg and Ray Fisher and everything. And, and it's kind of cool because this year, we're hosting both days and we are the lead-in. I am the lead-in both days to Zack Snyder. So that's pretty cool.
That's great. Yeah.
That is so awesome, man. Like, where I'm not worthy. No,
man. It's just, you know what? I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful to everyone who is a part of that, and thankful definitely to the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg.
Yeah, the Nerd Queens.
Because I tell you what, they have put together. They put it together just last year, just out of the love of their heart, just thinking, hey, this will just be some little thing that some people might watch. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but we'll just do this thing.
Yeah, when you opened the show and you said that it was bigger than San Diego Comic-Con at home, I was blown away. Like I didn't even know that.
No, well, it blew them away last year. They were not expecting it to be that big. They weren't expecting everybody to go crazy like that for it. And Meg has talked to me and been like, all of a sudden there was like 15,000 people or 8,000 people in the chat, and you're trying to, pull a couple of questions or something, and you just got, it's just scrolling by, but just talking about that, they didn't expect it to do what it did. But I'm very, very happy for them and very proud of what they've accomplished. And I'm very proud to be a part of it this year. And they're very thankful that they asked me. So thank you to the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg, for all you guys are doing, for all you ladies are doing, I should say. And everybody go check them out tomorrow night on League of Mayhem on the Nerd Queen channel, because like I said, my wife Tiffany will be there talking about I'm interviewing Allison. Why am I having such a brain fart on her tonight? I don't know why I'm having such a brain fart.
Welcome to my world, brother.
My goodness. I don't know. Allison Crow. So,
yes, Allison Crow.
So go check that out tomorrow night. Now, one thing, that I wanted to bring up. So this was, I felt like an interesting article that I read today, because we've been talking a lot lately about, the idea of restoring the Snyderverse, as it were. And I'm always welcome to ideas or whatever, new thoughts. But this is something that so a couple of articles actually. So one, something that was talking about what happened over the weekend, where hashtag make the Batfleck movie trended. Were you guys aware of that? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, it was all over social media the other day.
I missed that one. I saw quite a few of the others, but I didn't see that one. No.
Yep.
That was trending at the same time as Black Canary HBO Max show. People were doing both hashtags same day.
Wow.
Yep.
I'm so surprised you haven't spoken to Zack Snyder himself, man. Like the amount of.
Well, we did. We did actually. We haven't had him on here yet. Yes, we have not had Zach on the Poindexter Lounge yet. But I hope to. I actually hope to have that at some point and have Zach here on the channel. But we did get a chance to talk to Zach a couple of months ago during the event that happened where I had Ray Fisher here the first time. What was it? The Hall of Justice Day. Tiffany and I were both on with the Nerd Queens and the League. It was for the League of Mayhem because the League of Mayhem were doing that, and so Tiffany was a part of that, and I got to be a part of that and talk to him and say hi, and that was actually really cool. I got to tell him actually my feelings about Superman. And how much I love Superman and why I love Superman and all those things, and he really responded well. Plus, we got to tell him about the brick that we purchased at the Superman Museum, and so and I know that there's people who have shared with him. I haven't got to talk to him since, but we told him about the brick, and then we also got to talk to Deborah Snyder and tell her about the brick as well. So they are definitely aware of the brick. Yep.
Hey, Drav Walker. I also interviewed Zack Snyder.
Did you?
Yes.
What? So you have a YouTube channel, right?
It wasn't on YouTube. It was a written piece.
Oh, okay. So where do I find that? What do I look up?
If you can see the private chat, it's in there.
Yep, he dropped it in the private chat. Yep.
Oh, man, technology and me, man, don't mix, brother.
Yeah. No.
I'll put it in the regular one too.
Yeah, you can just go over where it says private chat, Luke, and if you click on that, you'll see a whole new thing opened up, and you can see it's over on your right side there.
Private. I got private chat.
Yeah. I took a quick look at that interview.
I'll say it. Yeah, I gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. It's a little dated though. It was a few years ago. Oh, sorry, Drav.
We lost
you there, Drav Walker.
I don't know where he went.
So make the Batfleck.
He hit the wrong thing. Yeah. So
how many tweets were there?
So let's find out. So it says thousands of fans used it. It says the hashtag make the Batfleck movie is trending on Twitter as DC fans demand to see Ben Affleck's Batman get his own solo movie. Just kind of talks about that.
Isn't he coming back for the Flash?
He is. He's coming back for the Flash. Yeah. So I do hope that I'm trying to see where.
Yeah, this is a rough estimate, but I think last time I saw it was about 29,000 tweets, or about 31,000. So,
well, look. As of right now, we have the Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves movie coming out next year. I don't think he'll do another solo movie unless there's some sort of drastic change. He looked absolutely miserable during that whole Batman v Superman Justice League period. I don't know if this whole director's cut by Zack Snyder is going to change his mind a little bit.
Well, you have to understand he was going through so many personal problems.
I'm well aware. I am well aware. I'm just saying, in my opinion, if I were to bet and make a prediction, I think other than maybe like something like Flash, where it's not all on his shoulders, I don't think he'll come back and do another solo Batman film.
Well, I'll tell you this. Here's my thoughts on this, and I will push back a little bit on that because I don't think that his situation, like as far as like him being miserable or anything, had to do anything with playing Batman. I don't think that had to do anything with that. Ben Affleck is well known for absolutely loving Batman and was super excited to play Batman. He's got a homemade bat cave in his house. And so
fair income.
So I don't think it was ever about that. I think it was a combination of things. Yeah, he looks absolutely miserable. One, he was going through a lot of personal problems at the time. He was going through a divorce. He was going through he had to go into rehab afterwards, for alcohol. And then but coming after, I think personally, if he didn't want to do it, he would have never agreed to just come back even for Zack Snyder, and definitely not agreed to come back in the Flash movie if that was the problem. I don't think that's the problem. I think that there was a combination of things, like also with probably a lot of the stuff that happened on the set of 2017's Justice League, when they came back for reshoots and things like that, because he had issues with that as well. So I agree with Rush here in the chat. Yeah, I mean, he was never his struggles were never because of him playing Batman. His struggles had more to do with his personal life and what was going on there. In fact, I would push to say it's probably a positive experience for him would probably be to be able to do Batman finally.
I don't think he looked frustrated to me when he was trying to promote Live by Night, and all people wanted to talk to him about was Batman or Justice League.
When was that? When do you mean?
When Live by Night came, his latest one of his later directorial films.
Is that the basketball one? The basketball movie?
No, Live by Night was the last movie he directed. I know what Hollywood Purgatory is talking about.
It came out,
but
right
again,
after
that was a
Batman
certain
v
period of
Superman.
his life, though. Like, I understand. Well, that's just a lot of things with Hollywood actors in general. Sometimes they do get frustrated when people only want to ask about the next big superhero blockbuster they're doing instead of what the actual movie they're doing the press tour for. I mean, that's just something common, though. I wouldn't say that describes his overall feelings on the character, though. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm surprised he came back for Flash. Because that was a major step forward in my opinion. So I mean,
exactly, yeah.
Would they make a Batfleck movie? I don't know. I feel like if anything, I think the future for this character would be on HBO Max. I think an HBO Max Batfleck show would be great, but we'll have to wait and see.
I think we should wait and see what Robert Pattinson and Matt Reeves do with the characture first, and give them a chance.
True. I agree with both.
So here's though what I want to remind everybody.
Wow, look at that.
Here's what I want to remind everybody on, though, and that is that yes, we got to give Robert Pattinson his chance to shine, right, as Batman, and I'm all for that. I'm all for giving him his chance to shine. But here's the thing: when Warner Brothers opens it up and says this is now a multiverse, and we're going to pull in from all over the place, and the very fact that they have him coming back for this Flash movie at all gives me pause for two things. One, I don't think that this movie, if Ben Affleck ends up doing it, I think it's a good sign that it doesn't crap all over Zack Snyder, because Affleck has made it very well known that he's very supportive of Zack and came back with Zack for reshoots for the Nightmare sequence.
And wasn't he loving it?
And he was loving it. Absolutely, he was loving it.
Back in the cow, he said he was loving it.
Yep. So I think that that's a good sign for that. But then also, I feel like if they're going to come out and they're going to say, look, it's a multiverse now, then all these things can exist at the same time. If literally,
and remember, Hamada literally said we want to have multiple Batman on screen.
Exactly.
So,
so if you can have, if their plan is to have Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck on the screen at the same time, or in the same movie like this, while there's a Robert Pattinson Batman movie getting ready to come out, I can't remember which one comes out first. I think Pattinson comes out.
Yeah,
first.
Pattinson movies come out.
Yeah. While there's a Pattinson movie in the theaters. So if you got all those things happening all at the same time, then there's no reason why you can't have an Affleck series on HBO Max. If you're saying my problem with the whole thing, and this is what I've said about restoring the Snyderverse, I don't want them to just come out and just like eliminate everything that's coming out and say, well, Pattinson stuff can't exist now, or these other things, these other movies that we have, no, we got to get away from that because we just have to go with Snyder's vision. That's not what I'm saying at all when I say restore the Snyderverse. And I don't think that most people who are doing. Yes, I'm sure that there are people out there who are like, wipe the whole slate clean and never do anything but Zack Snyder versions of these characters. I don't think that's smart, and I don't think that that's realistic, and I don't think that that's even the right way to go, because there's many different fans who like different things. What I think you do is you incorporate it all. If you're going to say it's a multiverse, that's the problem that I have with Muschietti coming out. And it's not Muschietti's decision, but Muschietti came out and said, look, with the multiverse thing that we're setting up, everything we've seen before this in any kind of DC property exists. It actually exists, and it was something. So everything from Super Friends cartoons to the 1960s Batman to Christopher Reeve to Michael Keaton, George Clooney, all that stuff, it all exists, but it's a multiverse. What I have a problem with is you don't say it's a multiverse and then say, well, it's a multiverse for everything except for Zack Snyder's.
Here's my hypothesis. I feel like if hypothetically they could make a deal where like they made a miniseries or something for HBO Max, I think that would make sense. If it was a film series, I think at the same time as you're doing a Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves trilogy, I think that's when it starts to muddy the waters. And I think that's a big reason why the George Miller Justice League project got killed when right before The Dark Knight with Heath Ledger and Christian Bale was about to come out. And I don't think anyone ever said it, but I have to feel it did not sit well with Christopher Nolan that they were trying to make that film right before his big movie was about to come out.
Maybe, but that's not really what killed that film. What killed that film was the writer's strike.
But wasn't Christopher Nolan saying that he didn't want other Batman movies?
There was something like that, but again, I have to side with Enosh here. There was a lot more issues going on just besides Christopher Nolan being unhappy that they were doing it. So
okay,
yeah. Peter Rabbit's Defender with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Mortal Kombat 21 is the best VGM ever. Video game movie ever. You guys will love it.
We'll see.
Yeah, man. I'm jealous, man. A lot of countries have already gotten the movie.
What the hell, man?
I know Saudi Arabia and a couple other countries already got it. So don't go online. Don't go on Wikipedia and look up. The whole plot is leaked. Like cuts, like scenes have leaked and a bunch of other stuff. So be careful.
I know some certain sites to go to where you can watch movies for free, but. Yeah, I prefer to do things the right way.
Probably don't want to say that on the stream.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
but no, I think you could
cut that bit out.
I think you could do it. I think you could do it. If you could work out that deal and they all want to come back as like an HBO Max thing, yeah, I think you could do it. I think it could work. I think having both film series at the same time would not be a good idea.
Man Art here says I love Nolan's Batman, but I don't really need more of those because it's finished. In a similar way, but in the opposite spectrum is even if Reeves' Batman is coming, I do want more Batfleck projects. Yeah, you know what? See, I think the difference here.
Let's let fans have everything. Why do we need to say you can't have one thing over the other? Let's just just please everybody at this point.
Well, see, what I think is at this
when you try to please everyone, you please no one.
Well, that's true too, but I really think that the audience is a lot more savvy than the studio gives them credit for. Because I remember back during that time in the 2000s, there was all this talk of, well, you can't have Superman on TV at the same time that there's a Superman movie. Yet then they went and did Superman Returns at the same time that Smallville was on TV, and it was just fine. Like it didn't.
Superman Returns didn't do very well.
Yeah, but that wasn't because of that.
Yeah,
it wasn't because of
Smallville.
It
wasn't because of Smallville, but
it wasn't because of confusion. It wasn't because
Superman Returns was the audiences were lukewarm to that film.
Yeah, I don't know what changed at Warner Brothers though, because you guys remember when they were going to do a Deathstroke movie and they killed off the Deathstroke in the Arrow show.
Yeah,
what has changed at Warner Brothers? Like, oh, we just don't like characters coexisting anymore.
We'll just throw it all out there now.
Yeah,
just throw it all out there.
Or even Suicide Squad and Arrow got neutered.
They did it with Flash, like in the Crisis movie, Crisis series, where the 4-part. Yeah, that was awesome. I thought Like
no, that was
for a
that was a cool
CW show.
No,
For
I
a
think you can
CW show.
definitely have these characters on TV and at the cinema. I think it works better if you have more mediums, in my opinion.
Mhm.
So, like you guys have HBO Max in Australia, we have cable TV, but it also has an app as well. So we got Zack Snyder's Justice League through cable TV. That's how we got to watch it in Australia, but which is called Foxtel, which is cable TV. But they also have an app called Binge, where you could do the same thing, but where you pay less. But if you go for the cable TV, the Foxtel, you get all the different channels where you can watch like the CW. Like, so we're in Australia, it's different here. We get like all the different shows on different channels. Like our Netflix is so different to your Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
here's my problem with Smallville as a show. They kept dragging it out. Like that show was on 10 years, right?
Yeah.
They kept dragging it out. Like, just make him Superman already. You have all the elements there. Just make him. And then they finally do it, and it was a total letdown. And
you know what's funny about
that,
Jeff? You know what's funny about that, Jeffrey? So
I never watched it. Sorry.
I felt the same way that you're saying right there when I was watching it, live, as week to week, right? And watching it every week. And I was just like, okay, come on. Like, because really where it was only drawn out was really in the first couple seasons, because that was when they were doing like the kryptonite villain of the week, right? Where it's like everybody was infected with kryptonite, and it was like, okay, this week this person got infected with kryptonite and has these kind of powers, and this week it was this week. So like those first two seasons when they were setting it up, that was when it felt more drawn out. As it actually developed a story behind it and like a plot, like a running plot per season. There was only sometimes like in season 9, it got a little contrived with when they brought Zod into it.
Zod, Darkseid. They brought him freaking Doomsday.
But that was and that's what I'm saying. So like those last 3 seasons,
Green Arrow,
those things,
heroes.
But I'll be honest with you. So at the time, watching that, I hated it because I was like, what the heck is going on here? They're literally going to give him every Superman villain before he's even Superman. And they did. They did. He fought everybody, including Doomsday. I mean, the last episode, they bring in Darkseid. You don't really see Darkseid. You see like a really weird computer animated thing of Darkseid trying to come down at the last minute, because that's why he reveals himself as Superman. Spoiler alert for a 10-year-old show that's been off the air. But the thing is like that's the big thing is that Darkseid is coming. Granny Goodness is in it. Desaad is in it all season long for the 10th season, and then that's why he ends up revealing himself, because he is the light and the beacon of light that saves the planet. But like at watching it, when they brought Doomsday in, I was like, you have got to freaking be kidding me. You're going to have Clark Kent fight Doomsday.
Well, look,
this is ridiculous.
Smallville. The natural ending to the show would be Clark Kent arriving in Metropolis, starting at the Daily Planet, and like, hey, by the way, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, nice to meet you. That's the natural ending of the show. Leaving Smallville, becoming Superman. That's the ending. But look, the show was popular. The show found an audience. It was popular. I get that, but it clearly grew. You cannot deny it grew beyond the ambitions of the creators, Galf and Miller.
Oh, absolutely. But see, that's the funny thing is now, because I'm just actually finishing watching it again. I've watched it with my 3 boys and my wife, because me and my wife, we had watched it when it was out, right? But my 3 boys had never watched it. And so we started it, and we've watched now 9.5 seasons. We're about halfway through season 10. And I got to be honest, rewatching it, I look at it just now as just an Elseworlds tale of Clark Kent and Superman and how he came to be. And I'll be honest with you, at the time, not knowing where it was going and how it was going to end, I was really frustrated with the series and everything about it and how it was portraying it and stuff, because I wanted this, I think, this organic, like you were saying, like, you know, he just moves in a natural flow from one thing to the other, and they do this. Rewatching it, I'm not mad at it. Honestly, it's kind of funny. Like,
but you know what?
I'm a Superman purist usually.
Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. I think
Good
is
show.
Still highly. Aside from Dean Cain, who I know he's a very controversial figure.
I know it's and that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me that everybody always like, and because I'll be honest with you, like I get it. There's people who are are going to like and dislike different politics and stuff like that. That's fine.
Terry Hatcher,
I met Dean Cain, and I'll be honest with you, Dean Cain was an amazing individual to my family.
I have a couple of Dean Cain stories I'd love to share, actually.
Yeah, man.
No, I think he did a great. I think it was a good show, and he did a great job. And frankly, I like the latter half seasons when Lois and Clark are together and married, because I thought it was more interesting how they had to deal with that, how they had to deal with being married and even having relations with each other. I liked how it dealt with all that. And I thought when they added the Kryptonian villains, it even became more interesting. But sorry, guys, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll watch it. I'll watch the show too, man. It was great.
Yeah. So I met Dean Cain at no, you're fine, no worries. I first met him at Phoenix Comic-Con. I want to say I was like 14, 15 at the time. And literally I spent like a half hour talking to him about like school and life and college, and he just gave me like advice and stuff and talked about his history when he was in college and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I went to a Wizard World in Tennessee, and he remembered me, and he literally, the first thing he said when he saw me was, wow, you're so much older now. How's college? And I was like, and like that warmed my heart a lot of ways. And like, again, because like Dean Cain loves to talk. Yeah, he remembered me. Like he remembered me and my dad.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing.
That's really nice. Like when you meet some, like you aren't always going to have great experiences like that, but when you meet someone and you and like that, and they acknowledge you and they try and they at least pay a little attention, it means so much. It's undeniable. Sure. It means so much.
Yeah, because Dean Cain loves talking to people. Like he'll talk to like everybody for like 30 minutes in line. Because like the guys who like run the the booth with them, the guy will get like really annoyed saying, "Mr. Cain, come on, there's more people in line." But he just kept talking to people, man.
Well, I've shared my story of when I met Dean. The handlers, they had a rule that you could only have 3 people in your picture. If you took like the selfie with him, they had this rule. You could only have 3 people in your picture. Well, I have a family of 5. I've got 3 boys and me and my wife, Tiffany. And so we're walking up there and we see this thing, and it was already like, I think it was like $40, $45 to get a selfie. Right. And so I was like, fine, but that's why we go to Comic-Con. That's what we love. Like some people go for autographs. I'm not a big autograph guy. I like having the picture. That's why we got just outside this door behind me, we've got a hallway that's like all of our pictures from Comic-Con of different people we've met, and then just like different celebrities we've met at different places. We've run into a few celebrities, different places, and just took a picture, and stuff. And so I love that kind of stuff. So the thing was that we go up there and we see this 3-person rule, and I'm looking at Tiffany, and Tiffany's looking at me, and I'm like, well, I said to the lady, I said, well, we have a family of 5. She goes, well, no, it's a 3-person rule. She goes, if you have any more than 3 in there, she goes, you have to pay for another picture. And I'm like, I'm taking a selfie with my phone.
Yeah.
Like, why would I have to pay more money to have 2 extra people? I'm like, these are my kids and my wife.
Right.
Like,
I know cons do like the professional photos where you go backstage and they take the picture and they print it out.
And I've done that. I've done that twice. I've done that twice. You know who I did that with? Tom Welling, because Tom Welling showed up, and sometimes they don't allow you to do selfies. I missed out on getting a picture with Robert Englund, Freddy Krueger, because of that rule, because we waited, we got through the whole thing, and then come to find out, they're like, oh no, you can't do a selfie. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't do a selfie? They're like, he's only doing the professional photo, that you get taken behind the thing. And I was like, okay, well, screw that. Like, they're like, well, you can get an autograph. And I'm like, I don't want an autograph. That's what I waited here for, was to actually get a picture with Robert Englund. I wanted to meet Robert, and I wanted to get a picture with him. And so that sucked. Well, but I did Tom Welling, and then also I met Brandon Routh, and we did that picture there because we didn't want to chance either one of those, because I'm such a huge Superman fan. right?
Yeah.
And it's like, there's no way that I'm going to miss up meeting somebody who's portrayed Superman. And so with Dean, though, it was before we kind of got that. So we didn't have that. And so we go through, and my boys literally, this is a few years ago. And my boys looked at me and my wife and said, you know what? It's okay. Why don't you guys just get the picture? We've never even watched the show, but we know that you guys grew up with that show.
Oh, wow.
So why don't you? I mean, talk about like looking at your kids and thinking,
you've raised your kids so well, Enosh. Like that's like so heartwarming. That's like,
dude, I'm telling you what. Talk about looking at your kids and just thinking to yourself, man, these kids are amazing. Yeah. And so we're like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, we'll just go meet him, you know, and then you guys can get the picture. So we walk up there, and this was right before Batman v Superman came out, actually. So it's been a while now, but we walked up there, and Dean sees my youngest, who was wearing a Batman tank top, and he sees Logan, and like immediately is attracted to Logan, and is just like, hey, you got a Batman shirt on. Hey, you know, I heard in the new movie you and I got a fight. Right. And just like starts connecting with Logan, right? Like down on his level. And then he starts talking to Isaac and joking around with Isaac. And then he met Landon, and Landon's my son. So I have two stepsons, Isaac and Logan. And then Landon is my son. And Landon's middle name is Jor-El. Right. So Landon tells him that his middle name is Jor-El. And Dean thought that was super cool. And he's like, so let me get this straight. So I got to fight you, and you're my dad. And so like, it was just amazing. Like Tiffany and I just literally just sat back and we just watched this interaction with him and the boys, which was just fabulous. It was like, I will say this. I've met 3 Supermen now, the 3 that I just mentioned, and all 3 get it. All 3 get it. All 3 have understood what it means to have portrayed that character. I don't care what politics you come from, because look, they're all over the place as far as their political beliefs and stuff like that. Listen, they all 3 understood the importance of what it was to portray that character.
And I really like Dean Cain's Clark Kent Superman.
Yeah, I loved his Clark Kent. I thought he really, especially in the comics at that time, because the comics were going like neck and neck with that show in so many ways. In fact, when they got married in the comics at the same time that they got married on the show. So, but that being said, we go through, and so it comes, and then I talk to him. I got to explain. I love the fact that I've been able now to talk with 3 Supermen and tell them what Superman means to me, because Superman meant a lot to me growing up. And so,
I think the new show is exciting too, quite frankly.
Yeah, I'm not, like Tyler, he's okay.
Yeah, I like it. I really like it.
I love the father-son aspects of it. Right. I love the family aspects of it. There's some other little things like that I wish they would get through and do a little differently. But yeah, I love it too. I'm enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying it. But that being said,
Bitsy Tolick is perfectly cast as Lois Lane.
She does look very, very good as the character. But so we start to go up there to get our picture taken, and Tiffany and I walk behind the table there to get our picture taken. And he looks at the boys and he goes, well, hey, isn't everybody going to come in and get a picture? And I said, I leaned over to him and I said, well, hey, I said, the lady said that, we were going to have to pay twice, and I said, $90 is a little steep, I said, we love you, man. I said, but the boys said that, since we grew up with you, that we would, we could get the picture. And Dean looks at me, he looks at the boys, he says, hold on a second, I'll be right back. He walks over to that girl, and it wasn't a girl, it was a woman, and says to her, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that. Takes the sign that they had up there, took it down, brought it back, laid it face down so that nobody else could see it, and says, hey, what are we going to do? Proceeded to take like 8 or 9 shots with us, because I've got this Superman tattoo here. And so he thought that was cool because that was in all their promo stuff, was him having the S shield, on his arm and stuff. And so like,
surprised the colors stayed in so well.
Oh yeah. And so like we posed with it, and everything.
We like that.
Oh yeah. And he was having a ball
listening to this story.
Oh man, he was having a ball with us and just having fun with us and everything. And and after that, it was really funny because right next to him was John Schneider, right, who played Jonathan Kent on Smallville. And we go over there, and he wasn't even there. John Schneider wasn't even there at the time. He had walked away for a minute. And real quick before I continue, I agree. H. Barts with the $2 super chat says Enosh needs to meet Henry Cavill. Almost got the chance. almost got the chance, and it just hasn't happened yet. And so I definitely agree with you. I would definitely love to meet Henry Cavill, and I hope.
Oh man, I want Cavill to come back as Superman. Oh man,
you should call Danny Garcia.
I'll get her. I'll get her
Have
on
you
the
got
line.
the number? You got the number?
I'll get her on the line.
You know Zack Snyder, right? Like, hey, Zack.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Have your people call her people and tell her people to call me.
Exactly.
And give a call. Call up Cyborg and Darkseid and have him do it. But this for you, H Bar.
Wow, bravo, that was amazing. Do it again. Wow. Come on, you can do it.
I love those Kermit videos so much.
Yes. So that all went down. But then so we were over there and we're waiting for John Schneider, and I don't know where he was. He was someplace else. And the guy who was running the guy who was running his booth was talking to us, and he's like, so what do you want? We're like, we're going to get a picture with him. And then he says, well, hey, there's a deal. If you buy a picture and you get an autograph, it's like a better deal or whatever. And so they had a picture of Tom Welling and him together. And so I thought, well, you know what? I can get this. And then that way, when I meet Tom Welling one day, which I did a couple of years later, I had him autographed. So I got both of their autographs on a picture in the room too.
That's awesome.
And so, so I got that. So we're waiting for John to get back. Mind you, there's nobody else in line, nobody there. And like you mentioned, I think, like the idea of, sometimes you meet somebody and it's not the greatest experience. Unfortunately, that was kind of my experience with John Schneider. I love John Schneider, and I don't put it off on John Schneider at all, because obviously there was something going on with him that day. He came back, he was on his cell phone. I think there was something going on, and he comes back to the table, and we just start talking. And I started talking about, just a bunch of different stuff. I talked about how, I was a huge Dukes of Hazzard fan as a kid. I loved him on Smallville. I was even going deeper than that. I was like, man, I think it's great, how, John, that he started the Children's Miracle Network. He was part of that. And,
wow.
And so like we started talking about this stuff, and he just kind of goes but while we were waiting, I actually, this is the real part of the story, was while we were waiting, the guy who was working in the booth had said, yeah, John's really great and everything, but have you met Dean? And we're like, what? Yeah, actually we did, because the booths were right next to each other.
Yeah.
And he goes, have you met Dean? He's like, you should go over and meet Dean. And we're like, actually, that's where we just came from. Dean was really great. And we told him what had just happened and stuff. And he's like, yep, that's Dean. It's like, Dean is such a great guy. He's like, he's working on all these different projects. He's doing this and that and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, yeah, that's really cool. What about John? Like, what's John working on? He's like, I don't know. He's like, I think he's doing some soap opera thing now. He's like, but Dean is like this. And we're like, wondering why he's like so into Dean. And then all of a sudden he's like, well, I manage both of them. And so I was like, okay. But like even him is like, he's like, yeah, I don't know. John's doing some soap opera thing, some, weird thing. He's like, but Dean, man, Dean's awesome. Isn't Dean great? And then, like I said, John came back and John was just like, so we can take a picture, or what are we doing here? And it was like, okay, but that's my Dean Cain story. Dean Cain was super nice to us, and I can't complain. But yeah, I like the show. And actually, now that we're finishing up Smallville, I've got all 4 seasons of that show, and we're gonna watch that. And I wish they had done the 5th season of that. They were supposed to do a 5th season of it, and their ratings apparently their ratings were amazing, but ABC wanted to cancel the show, but they didn't have a reason to cancel the show, because there was something in the contract that as long as their ratings stayed above a certain number, the show would get renewed. And so ABC tried to screw them and jerk them around by switching up the nights. They switched them from the night that they were on to I think they were on Sunday nights, where they were just knocking it out of the park. And then they switched them to Thursday night to try to kill the show. And the entire audience came over with them.
Yeah, Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah, but the entire audience came over with them. And so they still couldn't. So then they jerked them around and switched them to Friday. And then they just kind of switching it around until they finally were able to kill it. But they were, that's why it ended on a cliffhanger, because they were pregnant and supposed to have a kid. And it was supposed to be the 5th season was supposed to be about them having a kid.
Don't give away too much, man. I want to try and see it.
Oh yeah, it's great. I love the show. I love the show.
Well, okay, you guys. I wanted to share a couple stories I had real quick. So my first convention, I was about 12 years old. It was the first time I ever gone to Comic-Con. It was in Phoenix, Arizona. Leonard Nimoy was there. He was one of the big guests that they had. And on the sign, when they brought him out, they said, please don't sneeze on Mr. Nimoy, don't cough on him, don't puke on him, don't touch him, don't do anything to Mr. Nimoy, don't physically interact with him whatsoever. So I went up to him and I got his autograph and stuff. And he saw me. I was just like a little kid. And he literally said, hey, like, I hope you're having a great day. And he put his fist down and gave me a little fist bump. Apparently, the lady was shocked because he said he never touches, like, he never wants to, like, physically, like, touch anybody. But he gave me a fist bump. And I was like, wow. And then I met Nathan Fillion one time. And at his panel, anytime anybody asked him a question, they gave him, like, a water bottle. Like, he, like, throw a water bottle, throw out gifts to the crowd as, like, a joke. Like a big old comedy bit. So the next day, I went to go meet him, and I asked him, because that was at the time when there was rumors that he was going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy, so I got, like, a nice cold water. I'm like, hey, you're going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy, or what's going on with that? And he, like, played, like, kind of shy. I said, well, as a gift, thank you for answering my question. And he laughed so hard to give me a big old hug. I was Nathan Fillion's awesome.
That's sick.
He was in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes,
yeah, he was. He just couldn't say anything.
That's what he was saying.
I got one really bad one. Well, no, I said two. So two. One was Lou Ferrigno. Lou Ferrigno was him and his people were jerks.
It was the Hulk, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. They were. That was just a really weird experience. Here's the thing. I wasn't even meeting Lou Ferrigno. I was walking past Lou Ferrigno. We were probably a good 25 feet away from Lou Ferrigno. And all of a sudden I had my phone out. I wasn't even aimed towards Lou Ferrigno. I had my phone out. I was on my phone trying to figure out when the next event at the Comic-Con was happening. Okay. I had my phone down like this, looking at my phone. And all of a sudden this lady comes running towards us, yelling at me. And she's like,
oh, because they thought you were taking a picture of him.
Apparently. And she's like, no photography of Mr. Ferrigno. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, put your phone away. No photography of Mr. Ferrigno. And I'm like, ma'am, I'm not
so crappy.
I'm not taking a picture of Mr. Ferrigno. Like, you don't have to worry about it.
You know what though?
She wouldn't listen to me. And then he stood up and he's over there yelling about it too. And I was like,
because I got to meet Carrie Elways at Wizard World. What he does is that he sets up his booth to where it's super private, like it's all covered up with the black robes. You can't see it or peek into it at all.
That wasn't my experience.
Private. Yeah,
that was not my experience. No, we met Carrie Els as well, and he was right out in the open. Yeah.
Oh wow, okay. I think it's because he was doing like personal photos with people because he wore the outfit from.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he wore the outfit, so maybe that's why.
From Princess Bride?
Yeah, from Princess Bride. He wore the outfits. That's probably why he did it that way.
That might be, yeah. That might be, yeah. I don't know what's going on with Trav Walker. It sounds like you're being attacked by aliens right now.
Yeah, my battery was running low, man, so I had to plug in.
You're all right. Yeah.
I did have a bad experience, just like Silent. I did kind of a bad experience with Brett Spiner because they had the whole Next Generation cast. Patrick Stewart was going to be there, but he dipped at the last moment because he had scheduling conflicts. Brett's a nice guy, but he's also kind of weird. He likes to poke at the fans a lot.
He's strange. I met him too. Yeah.
So
he does not like to shake hands.
No, he does not. Yeah.
Yeah. He gave me a fist bump. But he's but he did go out of his way to make sure that I knew that he wasn't trying to diss us, because we talked to him and got a picture with him, and then he said, hey, it's not that I just don't shake hands. He said, but I'll give you a fist bump. He's like, I'm just a germaphobe, and I was just like, okay, but you know who I did have a weird experience with, and this crushed me. It crushed me. LeVar Burton.
Oh wow! Really? When I met him, he was an absolute sweetheart. It made my day when I met him.
Yep.
Who was that?
LeVar Burton.
Geordie LaForge.
Was Geordie LaForge on Star Trek Next Generation, and he was on Reading Rainbow. And
Roots.
And man, that absolutely crushed me because I, watched him since I was a kid and then loving him on Star Trek. And we waited a half an hour for him.
So a Star Trek character. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was Geordi, the guy with the visor on Next Generation.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, now I gotcha.
And so anyway, so I don't know what happened, but we waited like over a half hour for him, and we waited and we waited and we waited, and finally he came back, and I was so excited to meet him, and we got the picture and stuff, and both Tiffany and I walked up, and I just said, I want to thank you for your because I knew a lot about him. I mean, he's done so much for literacy. Reading Rainbow was not just a show he was on. He's been very much involved in, projects regarding literacy and everything around the world. And I was just, I tried to appeal to that and everything. And I said, hey man, I just want to thank you for, for all you've done for education and for kids and stuff. And, and for literacy. I just think that's awesome. I said, sure, I'm a huge Star Trek fan as well. And, a fan of your other work. I said, but man, I think it's really great that you do that. And he literally looked past me and said, okay, so what are we doing? Are we taking a picture? What's going on?
Oh, wow.
And like totally.
That's so weird because that's so weird though, because I told him basically something very similar to that. And he actually gave me a very nice response and talked to me about stuff.
See, and that's why I tell people, don't hold it against people, because you never know what is going on.
Yeah,
somebody at that moment.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I try not to I try not to hope for something or because they might be having a bad day. They might be thinking about other things, that kind of thing.
Exactly. You just never know. Hey, Andrew Christie, by the way, man, I don't know if you heard earlier, you won this, buddy. You won this Green Arrow hat. I need you.
That's a sweet looking hat, man.
Yeah,
Get
man.
in contact with Enoch.
We had two of them, and Chin Fin won one, and you won the other night. And I haven't heard from you, so I figured you hadn't seen it yet. But hey, bud, reach out to me via social media, and we'll get that to you.
Cloverfield Monster is going to be jealous of you, Andrew Christie. I want the hat too.
Right, Drunk 3PO in the chat. What's up, Drunk 3PO? We still have to touch base. Says I had a horrible experience meeting my hero Dan Marino at a mall. LOL. The short story is he told me to F off when I asked him for an autograph.
You know what? Fun tidbit. I told you about my dad. My dad is two things. He's a Superman fan, but he's probably an even bigger Miami Dolphins and Dan Marino fan.
Oh,
I think if you met Dan Marino, he'd probably die on the spot.
Oh man!
The greatest honor of my life, though, is that I got to meet Stan Lee twice. And he signed my Amazing Spider-Man number 500.
There you go.
I hold on to that for my entire life, man.
There you go. Look at that. Got a little red arrow action. Look at all those figures, man.
I know it's a great.
You're starting. That's a great display, man. That's a great display, Luke.
Since you're big into the whole comics TV scene, Enoch. What did you think of Gotham, by the way?
So
talking
about meeting people. So it's funny because I've met a couple of people who probably couldn't be further. Like this goes back to show you like you don't have to like people's politics for you to get along with them, right? When I tell people that about Dean Cain and stuff like that, and people always kind of say to me, well, I don't like his politics or whatever. But the thing is people are people, right? And so two people that are probably on the opposite, because I'm not an extreme person on either end. Okay, I just am not. And but I met John Wesley Shipp, who was fantastic to us. It was at the end of season 1 of The Flash, the first season. And that dude spent 20 minutes with us, about 15, 20 minutes, and just talked to us about The Flash, talked to us about his experience on the original show, and gave us spoilers for the last episode of the season, and talked about that scene where Barry goes back and he's there, and they're all laying on the ground and stuff, and John Wesley Shipp is talking about, like he was supposed to be knocked out on the ground, and he's listening to Barry, recite this, amazing, commentary and stuff. And he's like, we were all just bawling. And he says, Grant Gustin ended up having to go to his trailer and just take like a half hour or so just to like get himself out. Cause he said they were all crying. He's like, I'm laying on the ground over here and I'm just bawling, and stuff. And fantastic. And then we watched Gotham. I have a real love-hate relationship with Gotham.
Yeah,
there's some great
agree,
things on this show, but some bad stuff too.
The stuff on Gotham that's good is like super, really, really good. The stuff that's bad on Gotham is super, really, really bad, and it drives me nuts. It just drives me nuts. Honestly, Jada Pickett.
You're gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Jada Pickett's character, I hated her. Fish Mooney, hated Fish Mooney. And then the day that she scooped out an eyeball with a spoon one week and then came back next week and she had a new eye put in, but it was a different color. And it was like, I got another eye. I'm like, shut up. That's not how that works. You do not get to, they're suspending
They're
disbelief.
comic characters. What do you expect?
But they're suspending disbelief. I believe that time travel is possible. I will believe that time travel is possible before I sit there and believe you scooped out an eyeball, nerves, everything, tendons, everything, and just scooped it out with a spoon, stepped and threw it on the floor and squashed it with your foot to prove a point. And then next week you're like, oh yeah, I got another eyeball and everything's fine.
I hate it what they do with
poison. You could get a new eye, but it would take, it would take months.
Yeah,
from that, right?
Oh
Penguin
my gosh.
was great though. Penguin was great.
But hold on.
Minority Report type of deal.
I don't know how that works. But I do know this. More than likely, if you get an eye replacement, right, they have to go in surgically and take very special care to make sure to detach the eye that doesn't work, right? And I don't even know. Can you do that?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Even if you could, that you would have to go very meticulously undo all the little nerves and everything just right. You'd have to have a special surgeon. It would take time. It would take effort. You don't just scoop it. You don't put a spoon in your eye socket and just fling it out like that and go, oh yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it works perfectly.
How would she cut off the optic nerves and stuff? There's stuff the eyeball is connected to your brains, isn't it?
But all you guys, in real life, if you were to get that done, wouldn't blind people be all over it? Like if you could really do it.
That's
what I mean.
Too.
So
I don't think that it just works that way. Maybe it's something special.
Otherwise, blind people would be doing it.
That's what it seemed to me. That's what it seemed to me. But I don't know. But so the other person that I met who was absolutely fabulous was from Gotham, was Robin Lord Taylor. Robin Lord Taylor, who played the Penguin. That guy was absolutely amazing.
He is,
fantastic.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Super fun, super funny. Like I said, we sat there and talked to him. He joked with us, and it was, what was great was the handler who was with him was the exact opposite of the handler that was with Dean Cain, because she took my phone, and then we go up there to we're standing there, and first of all, the guy's really tiny, by the way. He's literally he's up to my nipples. Yeah, he was.
Are you a tall guy, Enosh?
I'm 6'1".
Are you a tall guy?
I'm 6'1".
Wow.
Okay.
Jeez.
So when I met Tom Welling, I was looking up at Tom Welling. I was like, okay, Mr. Welling, even though I'm older than him. But the thing is that, so Robin Lord Taylor's here and we're going to get in our pose and stuff, but then he starts talking to us and he's talking to us about Gotham. And he was telling us his nerd out moment for meeting somebody. Cause when they told him that Paul Rubens was going to play his dad on the show, he lost his mind, because Paul Rubens is one of his favorite actors, Pee Wee, Herman, that was his thing. Right. And so,
that's how he sort of got the walk and all that.
Yeah. And so the thing is that he comes up and we just talking. Well, the lady who was doing, instead of just waiting for us to get in, position or whatever, she took all these candid pictures of us just chatting with him. And so it was super cool, because he's looking at us and smiling and laughing and everything. And it was just so cool. But the show Gotham just, oh man, there was just so many times where I was like super happy with the show, and I was like, this is a really cool show. This is really done well. And then there were just other times that I wanted to throw something through my TV, and I was just like, that no. But it was that show that made me realize something, because you guys know what a comic purist I usually am, and I love comics. But
man,
there was
wonder who's got the most comics out of me and you.
Probably you, because I was very specific with my comic collection. I didn't just I didn't collect a lot of different titles. I was pretty much a Superman guy, and I got a few different things here and there, but mostly it's just like a certain run of Superman from like 1986 to about 1995. So I don't have like a crazy thing like that, but I know comics, and I've read comics, and so like I've read different stories. I have such a knowledge that I have because the friends that I had, like I had a buddy who was really into Marvel and collected X-Men and Wolverine. So I collected Superman. So we'd go to the comic book shop together. He'd get his X-Men and Wolverine. I'd get Superman titles, and we'd read them and then switch them and and do stuff. And I had other friends that I did that with. But that being said, I realized that was when I understood, like, because I really liked Nolan's movies. I loved Batman Begins, loved The Dark Knight, but The Dark Knight Rises I couldn't stand, and I still don't like that movie to this day. And I didn't understand why. Hot take. I just there was something about it that just didn't resonate with me as well. And then here's the thing.
Man.
Sorry, but season finale, the final season of Gotham. They also did a version and a take on the No Man's Land story, right? And it was at that moment that I realized what it was. I do not buy the No Man's Land story. I don't buy it. I don't get it. Real quick before I get into that, H Barts with another $2 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. Thank you so much, man. It says, never met a celeb, but saw Billy D from afar.
I met Billy D, and I asked him a question at a panel once. I was like a 12-year-old kid, and I asked him, Mr. Billy D, how have your experiences in these movies shaped your career in the art of film? And he just sat there like, how old are you? He couldn't even answer the question. He was just so dumbfounded by the fact a 12-year-old kid asked him that.
Yeah, he's looking at you like what?
No way. Is that really cheese? I love cheese. Cheese comes from fish? I did not know that. Did you know that? Definitely does.
He's such a good guy, though. Billy D's amazing.
He seems like it, but yeah, I but that's when I realized I do not even buy the No Man. I don't believe, like, there's always the suspension of disbelief, right? With comics or movies or anything like that. Yeah. But I don't believe that storyline for nothing, because I don't believe that the United States, the comic storyline, I don't believe that the government would just be like, nope, there's a bunch of gangsters who took over Gotham City, and we're just going to let it go because they're a bunch of gangsters and they're too bad for us. We're the United States freaking government. You send in the SEAL team, you send in a couple of drones, and you take out the Penguin. Like, the Joker wasn't even a thing. I mean, he's kind of floating around there, but he's not really, and it's not really the real Joker. I hated what they did with him. They should have left that alone and let what's his name be Joker instead of killing him off and bringing in a new kid and all that. It's just dumb. The end just pisses me off. The end just pisses me right off.
What about that?
This guy, he's back already. I told you he wasn't going anywhere. This guy's going to be back talking about movie news before the day's done.
In the United States, didn't in that story, didn't the United States basically abandon Gotham and say it's no longer part of the U.S. or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's like,
it's a cool idea in premise, but in execution, I feel like they squandered a lot.
Yeah, I just don't believe that like, what it would take for that to happen. Like, literally, like, U.S. soil for somebody to for the United States government to just say, we're not going to even act like this is even American soil anymore. We're just going to give it to some low-level gangsters, like the especially in that show, the Penguin.
January 6th.
Oh man,
Order 66.
Order 66. Wow. Andrew Christie with the $5 super chat says Batman Begins is so underrated. It actually feels like Gotham in that movie. Yes, it does. The cool noir feel. The other two just feel like generic cities. So I'll say this about this: Batman Begins to me is one of the best things ever because to me, I loved it from the get go. Because it was like, yeah, this is what would actually happen if some billionaire just got, an itch in his crotch and decided, hey, I'm gonna be a vigilante and I'm gonna do it and look like a bat.
Did look really cool and unique in that film, though. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I love how he got all his gear from Lucius Fox and all that stuff, and all the tech and all that stuff. But the only downfall is we haven't had a Batman that hasn't done the proper detective stuff. That's why Matt Reeves he's Robert Pattinson is going to do the detective stuff.
Yep.
He did some of that. No, there has been some of that in the previous films, just very light.
Yeah, but sort of that I have done a bit, sort of brushed upon it. See, like
Dark Knight had some detective elements. Some of
when he was like doing the bricks.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
Like, don't contaminate. He was telling the cops, don't contaminate the crime
True,
scene.
but I don't think we've ever seen like a true murder mystery movie as a Batman film before.
Like the arc. I don't know if you guys are.
That's still forensics. That's still forensics and detective work. That's the detective side of Batman.
Have you guys played? Are you guys gamers as well?
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah.
Matt. Have you played the Arkham games?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do the detective stuff in those games.
That is very true. Yeah, you do. You do a lot of detective stuff in those.
Mate, they're the best series of all time. Like best games of all time.
At the end of the Dark Knight, he uses basically what's the basis for detective mode in those games. Even.
So
what I liked about that was
basically adapted that thing from the Dark Knight in Arkham Asylum.
H. Bart's with a $5 super chat says the God Matt returns. How long will you be in his presence?
Hey, yo, Pudgy, can I get an hour?
Matt, you're already back. You're already back, Matt.
Well, what I said it's not a priority for me. Like that, that's what this boils down to is priorities.
So Matt, you clickbaited us.
I didn't clickbait.
You know what? I want.
Azteca is absolutely right. I met Robert Patrick as well. Robert Patrick is amazing.
I hear
Robert Patrick went down the line of all of his movies until he figured out what my kids had seen him in.
Was it Double Dragon or the Marine?
Neither.
Oh, wow.
Neither. It ended up being Spy Kids.
Oh, is in Spy Kids.
Yeah, because it was before my kids had seen Terminator yet, and they were like, "We know we've seen this guy from somewhere," and like they didn't know where they'd seen him.
Kids. Wow.
Yep, and apparently,
you know what? I want to ask Matt. Matt, have you ever had some amazing celebrity things before experiences?
Yeah.
I know you talked about Adam Baldwin once.
Well, I got drunk with Baldwin. Yeah, that was like the only time I met him.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. And he called because he hit me up and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to be in San Diego. You want to go get drunk?" And I'm all, "Yep, yes, I do." And we did, and it was a lot of fun. I've hung out with Doug Jones, who plays Commander Saru on Star Trek Discovery.
That's awesome.
I've worked with him on multiple occasions. Doug is the nicest person. The weirdest one was probably Michael Dorn. Because
really, you guys have had bad experiences with Star Trek guys. Well, I met Michael Dorn, he was a sweetheart.
By the way, during 3PO, I'm glad that you enjoyed the late night streams, man.
John 3PO, he's a streamer, isn't he? He's a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's him and Gina Carano. Ooh.
If you read his Twitter bio, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
What? I'm just saying that he says that he's friends with Gina Carano on his Twitter. Like, I can't flex like that, so that's a flex.
Friends.
Got a shotgun this bonus over here. Come on.
Oh no, Matt, go on about Michael Dorn because I'm curious. Because Burton.
Well, I worked with him, Zach Ward, and Robert Ricardo on the same day. And we were shooting the intro to a horror movie. And And so they were just on for the one day, and I was just on for the one day. But they wanted me to take behind the scenes photography as well as be a grip. So I was taking some photos, and Michael Dorn, I think, was just unsure with what I was doing because I wasn't properly.
Sorry, what does being in a grip? What does that mean?
Oh, a grip is like the person who sets up stuff, brings in the gear, sets up the gear, helps build the sets. It's kind of like, yeah, it's like you have your grip, you have your gaffer does the lights, you have your audio guy. There's different teams, different departments. You have your camera department, that kind of stuff. My job was to more or less be like the gopher of the day.
Gotcha.
But we were shooting. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. I mean, the grips are just the grunts, and we were shooting actually on one of the old Firefly Reaver ships. So the studio we were at had the shell of one, and we shot on that. It was pretty cool. Michael Dorn, he was nice enough, but he was really, I don't know if I weirded him out because he seemed really kind of apprehensive towards me. Robert Picardo was a sweetheart to work with. Zach Ward, who plays Scott Farkas in Christmas Story. He was really nice. I'm trying to think of who else I interacted with who was just kind of crazy. Marianne Williamson, the former presidential candidate. I was her personal videographer for a few months back in 2012.
Videographer.
Yeah, she would we got connected through a friend of hers, and she needed somebody. He recommended me. I don't know why, but I went to her condo in West Hollywood, and it was really nice, super rich sort of stuff.
Wow.
And she was weird, but she's because she's the spiritual guru type. But that's when she's in front of the camera. When she's behind the camera, it's she's very much business oriented. Trust me. Very nice woman. Didn't treat me bad or nothing like that.
My dad met Muhammad Ali once. Believe it or not, he used to work as a nurse practitioner. I don't know what he did exactly. He would drive around in a little van or something, and pick people up, and sometimes it'd be celebrities. So I picked up Muhammad Ali and took him to the hospital or something for he did a checkup. And so literally he did a lot of his blood work and just hanged out for him pretty much the whole day, and they just chatted up. Him and Muhammad Ali actually got pretty close, believe it or not.
That is awesome, man.
Yeah. The only boxer I've worked with was Sugar Ray Leonard because I worked on what was that ESPN, The Contender, right? I did one day as a grip on The Contender, and so I got to meet Sugar Ray Leonard. That was pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So you were a grip.
Well, I was, yeah. So, okay. So
what does a grip do? Because when I think of a grip, I kind of think of this.
Just to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
No, it's not like that. That's the casting couch.
Were you holding the lighting? What is it? That's those sort of panels that help put the light on the actors.
You mean like a diffuser or something?
What is that? That mirror thing that catches the light and makes sure that everyone's properly lit up. I forget I don't know what it's called.
Oh, there's a light meter that it registers the light. It's for for the camera department. That's the camera stuff, man. I didn't really mess with the camera stuff.
I don't know if that's a light. Whatever.
Well, because Gaffer does the lighting, so.
So this, folks, is the next giveaway. I have 3 of these, by the way.
That looks amazing.
Is that dark? Who is that? Is that Mongol or Darkseid?
That's Darkseid.
Darkseid, man.
This is Darkseid. It's very holographic. Look how holographic that is. And then check this out. What makes up his body is all
the characters.
That's all the characters.
Oh, man.
There's Zeus right there. And all of the different characters.
DC,
and look,
it's DC.
Live there.
Signed by Victor Koo.
I don't see Lobo.
Isn't he?
This is
there.
Let's see. This is all of the DCEU.
DCEU characters.
Yeah. So
Lobo. So it's not
there's
Lobo.
Zach right there. There's Zach right there. Right. If you look across here.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a nice. Awesome. It's a nice. Who drew that? Who drew that? By the way, Enosh.
Victor Koo.
Victor Koo.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, he will be on one of the panels for Justice Con. This
Look,
Jarbo,
have you
did
talked about who you're going to be interviewing yet?
Yeah,
Yes, I
He's
have.
doing Dave Bautista. He's doing Bautista,
I
bro.
am I'm interviewing Batista and also Patrick Tatopoulos.
Yeah.
Cool. Enosh, I heard that.
So in the next week we'll be giving one of these away.
That's a nice.
And this is for anyone. This is for anyone who becomes a member, a Patreon supporter, or gives a super chat in the next week. You're automatically in the running for this. Signed by Victor Koo. That's not just a like a print. That's actually signed by Victor Koo.
Oh, very nice.
But you got to be in the US. Is that right, Enosh?
I would price it out if you win. It would be one of those things. It would be one of those things that like we'll put everybody in there, and then we'll see. We'll see. So I won't say never. Because I actually have said stuff international to people before that it made sense. Like I said, that when he won that DVD set, it was going to cost me like $100 to send it to him. So that was kind of unusual because the last time I did something like that, it didn't like, I think something like cost me like just a few bucks to send it over, and like you got Tony, who's up in Vancouver. I've sent him a couple of things before because he's at our highest tier of membership, so he gets a free T-shirt every month, right? And so it hasn't actually cost me a lot to send him anything. I don't know, but to send that DVD to the UK, man, was like insane.
It'll probably be the same to Australia as well.
Well, we'd always see, like, we'll put everybody's name in the thing, and you know what? If I can, I'll make it happen. We'll figure it out. So
the celebrities I've met, I've always like gone like a little schoolgirl, like wanted to throw me pennies at them and everything. So, for instance, I've met like I was in the car driving home when I was gyprocking in my gyprocking. You call it drywall. When I used in Australia, we call it gyprocking. Me and my cousin were driving home in the city of Sydney, and we happened to see Edge, Chris Benoit, like all the wrestlers, and my cousin goes, "Hey, Luke, when this bus goes past, check out these guys. They look like exactly like this, Chris Benoit and Edge and all that." So as soon as the bus goes, I go, "Hang on, that is Edge and Chris Benoit." So I freaking jump out like half out of the car. My cousin's holding me, like as he's trying to drive, and I'm going, "Edge, Chris," like a little schoolgirl. And he goes, "Hey man, what's going on?" Like an American voice, which you guys are used to, but I wasn't, and I made my day. But I met also when I was working in North Sydney, Brian Brown. He was in like Cocktail with Tom Cruise and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
no,
Australian
I don't know if you
actor.
guys know. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's in Two Hands and all that stuff.
FX.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So he was taking his kid, like walking his kid to the ferry, because a ferry comes and it's like a school bus, and he'll walk past our job site, and I go, "Hey man, that's Brian Brown, man," and I go chasing after him, trying to get an autograph. I've had a bit of gyprock or drywall, and I go to ask him, and he goes, this is like the bad story, and he goes, "Excuse me, mate, I'm trying to take my kid to school. Can you just like back off a bit, mate? Like I understand you're geeking out on me, but man, I'm trying to take my kid to school. Like, I'm sure you can understand." I go, "But can you sign it, man?" And he goes, "Have you got a text?" I go, "No, but I can go get one." He goes, "Let me take my kid to school, to the ferry, and when I walk back, I'll sign your thing." And I was there waiting, like my boss, my uncle was going, "Come on, Luke, man, come on, we've got to get this work going." I said, "Man, Brian Brown's coming back. Brian Brown's coming back." but he ended up signing that. So I got a bit of Jim Rock, bit of drywall with Brian Brown saying, "Glad to meet you," with a question mark.
Hey, Drav, I have a question.
Go.
Do you like Rhea Ripley?
Ray Ripley. Who is Ray Ripley?
She's an Australian wrestler. She just beat
she won. She just won she won the Raw Women's Championship last night.
I heard about the new.
She's from Adelaide.
Oh, okay, cool. I heard about the new guy that's starting. He's a big. He looks like a Maori dude. He's an Australian guy.
Bronson Reed. He's from Australia too.
Yeah. I know about him. William, nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you. You guys talking about WrestleMania?
Yeah. William, real quick.
I hear Jarbo getting ready to say, "Well, I gotta get going."
Well, I do have a stream in like 25 minutes, but I mean, I'm here until then.
Oh, okay. I could just hear when the topic was going to go to wrestling. I could see.
Oh, I'm just going to go real silent because I could literally like. Okay. So it's like I told you how before I was talking with the lady who says she wrote The Matrix, right? Mm-hmm. Well, she finally texted me like an hour ago, and so she's like, "Oh, let me send you some information." She sends me this like YouTube video that's her with some random guy in Vegas, and it's like a minute long. Okay. And then I'm like, I don't know what that is, and then she comes back with a picture of her and a boxer, and I'm like, I don't know who the hell that is. So then she sends me like she Googles him and like takes a screenshot, and I'm like, I still don't know who that is. And then I'm like, I'm not a boxing guy.
Look, you can say all day that you wrote The Matrix and Terminator. So at the end of the day,
you do you, boo, right?
Yeah, it's just weird, dude. Like
Ash Eternal with the $2 super chat says Matt is the Tupac of YouTube. So this is Matt saying, I'm gonna leave all movie news. And then he shows back up. I'm sorry, man. I love you, bro. I love you, and I'm just gonna tease you about that because I'm just gonna let you leave. I'm not gonna let you.
Well, look, like I said, it's a priority issue here. My priority is not going to be covering like individual videos that I like.
Okay.
It's very like I'm going to go live, and it's probably questions are going to come up about today's stuff. We'll talk about it. Not an issue. I just don't want it to be the primary focus because I want to like.
What does that mean, Matt?
He's leaving it nebulous so that he can do anything he wants.
Matt,
that's not vague. That's not vague. That's not vague. That's not wishy-washy at all. I'm like, how is it wishy-washy? Jeffrey, how is it?
Yes, to Hollywood Purgatory, you listen. Yes.
No. Look, because here's the thing: is I'm not going to make that the centerpiece of the channel. Meaning, like, I'm going to do reviews and other stuff like that. So I'm still going to talk about stuff and give my opinion, like in live streams. But that's not the focus of 3 Buck. I don't want that to be. I don't want to grind like that anymore. I don't.
What does that mean?
Dude, you cover the news. You know what grinding is. I don't want to grind it anymore. Like okay. I'll put it to like this.
I think
it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
Well, there we go. Anthony really wants to see someone's thing.
You're talking about grinding. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, no, because
so you're not seeking out daily news stories anymore.
Yes, yes. Like I'm still going to
just say that.
That's what I did.
Wait. No, so that's Matt. When like big news breaks, you're still gonna talk about it, right?
It depends on what it is. Like everyone today was like, "Did you guys hear Lucy Liu's going to be in the new Shazam?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's pretty cool."
Yeah, right? Man, like, talk about that. It's fun.
Or like was it Jordan Voight Roberts is directing Gundam?
He's doing Gundam from Netflix. It's gonna be right.
Cool. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna talk about it, but I'm not gonna sit there and make a video on it. Like, hey, you guys. Hey, the director of Kong doing Gundam.
It's his channel. He can do whatever the F he wants with it.
But if people want you to, you will, right?
No, because I'm not. No, that's what I even say in the video too. It's like I've talked to like these gurus, and they'll say things like make the content for other people, and I'm like, F that. Not that I don't want to make content people like, but it's like if I don't derive like enjoyment from what I make, then there's literally no point in making the content.
What you've always done that.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. So a couple years I did it for a while because like I thought that's where I wanted to transition, and this last year has more or less pushed me to the point of I don't care anymore. Like it's better for me probably not to say something in some case versus to say something, because like all I see is like when I surf the news and it's like we got this covered and giant freaking robot and like all this crap I know isn't real. But then you go to YouTube and you look and it's like all of these people pushing all this fake information. And barely anyone.
Why can't you push information that comes from legitimate sources? Because they do exist.
Because that stuff it gets buried. Because it gets buried. Because here's the thing. Like
listen,
if
that's
this
why
is
I'm here. That's why I'm here still pushing it, man.
But okay, here's the thing though. It's like for one, I have to look at the time that I have available. All right. The time that I have available is not as much as I would like. So I have to be very strategic in how I spend it. So I can do research like what I've been doing all afternoon on this Matrix lawsuit and trying to get information because that's something that speaks to me on a personal level. I can research movies for Podio commentary, which speaks to me on a personal level. And then if I'm more happy in the content I'm creating, then wouldn't that better serve?
I don't see why you're making a big deal out of it, though. That doesn't.
I'm just saying this is the direction I'm going. Like that's just the direction I'm going.
It doesn't sound like it's a different direction. It
is a different direction. Yeah, if I'm doing like more reviews and if I'm doing like less like, hey, did you hear this whole thing happened? It's just man. Like it's just I feel like I'm chasing the same dragon everyone else is, and I just don't care anymore.
I don't what if Ill Life is right and we're one step closer to a Voltron movie? You're not going to talk about Voltron?
I have never once seen Voltron. I legitimately have never once seen Voltron.
Kick Matt out.
Yeah, there you go. It was great having Matt on there. No, that's sacrilege. It's sacrilege.
What? I've never watched Gundam either. I don't care about anime.
I don't know about Gundam either.
Why do you hate anime, Matt?
I don't hate anime. I don't. You
said you hated it before. No, you said you hated it before.
I hate some anime. I hate some anime. Anime is like, look, I'm very much pro degeneracy, but there's some levels I don't go to, and anime very much gets to that point for me.
I'm in a coke field rage.
You know what? There's something I'd like to know, Matt, that you could do it. I want to know what Zach Penn wrote in his original Avengers script. No one has ever talked about this.
No one probably ever will.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I've always been curious, like, what was in that script that got.
You know what? I met Zach Penn the weekend after Avengers came out at the Universal backlot, and I wish I would have asked him that question then. I really do, because
two things real quick before you. First of all, Garguts, I'm writing it. I am writing it and putting it all together, and then also.
Poindexter Lounge.
Poindexter Lounge Wrestling. PLW.
How can you love Looper? It's such a bad movie.
PLW.
Looper's awesome.
If you don't know, PLW is Poindexter Lounge Action Figure Wrestling, where I throw some action figures together. You can find 2 episodes of it here on the channel. We watched it one night and people finally fell in love with it. I had it out for like a year and nobody watched it. And then all of a sudden I showed it one night in one of these streams and people were like, let's watch the second one. It was like an hour and a half that we were here and people actually loved it. Now everybody wants to see the third one and I have to actually write it and throw these things together with a green screen because it's absolutely low budget. It's hilarious though. But Peter Rabbit's better with the $4.99
for you, Enosh.
What's that?
I just subscribed to it for you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's here on the channel. Poindexter.
Enosh, have you ever done like a around the room video like stream? Like of all your figurines and like.
Oh yeah, I've done that probably too much. Max is in the chat. The first time I ever met Max, I took everybody on a
man. That's
I didn't know I was online. I didn't know I was on a stream, and because I'd never been on StreamYard before. This was like early last year, and people saw my toys behind me and they were like, what is all that stuff? What you got? G.I. Joe's and you got He-Man and you got this, that. And I ended up taking people on an entire tour of my house because my house is.
I recognized all of it too.
Yep.
I have to do that, man. I have to do that.
So I've done that a few times. Yeah, a couple of times. Did it a couple of months ago. But Peter Rabbit's Defender with the $4.99 super chat says, Jarbo, please don't be mad at me, but I love Looper so much. It's my favorite Rian Johnson film, but I agreed with you. Terminator Dark Fate is effing awesome.
Wait a minute. Matt doesn't like Looper, but he thinks Terminator Dark Fate was awesome. Is that what I'm understanding here?
That is accurate.
To each their own.
Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Am I crazy for liking a movie that actually made sense in the world that it was trying to operate in?
Looper made sense.
Looper, really? Okay, so what was the point of telekinesis outside of simply being a MacGuffin? And not even a MacGuffin. It's just a terrible plot point that goes literally nowhere. The telekinesis angle was like to add a sci-fi element, something more. They could have done the time travel and left it a time travel, but when they start talking about TK, and it was the stupidest crap. It was such a dumb
come on,
movie.
Man. The makeup was amazing for Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Again, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China when it comes to story? The makeup has been good in a lot of movies, and they've had good stories.
Well, to be fair, I haven't watched Looper in a long time, but
it's like the best part of that movie is Bruce Willis kills a kid. I think a couple kids.
H Cards with $2 super chat says Dark Seed Omega B.
You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
I'm just shocked you like Terminator Dark Fate though, because that movie, like, it's not bad. I just think it's very mediocre.
That's the last one.
Yeah, it will probably be the last one as well.
Yeah.
I will say this, man. I really liked the heart that went into Terminator Dark Fate. Tim Miller was able to capture that, which is something that it really needed.
I loved what's the main actress's name? The blonde
Linda Hamilton.
Her name?
No.
Mackenzie
Davis. Mackenzie Davis. Yeah.
Mackenzie Davis was amazing in that movie. I loved her in that movie. She was the best part easily.
Yeah, she was. She was great.
Crap. It wasn't crap. It was. I liked it, but it could I think because of the hype around it. So everybody had these high expectations about it. I think that's what. Yeah, go, William.
What they need to do with Terminator is start over with no names. Every time they make a Terminator movie, they depend on the old reliables. And these
they kind of tried that with Genesis, though. Genesis, I mean, Emilia Clarke and Jai Courtney, those were relatively unknown. Okay, fine. Emilia Clarke, I'll grant Emilia Clarke, but
still had Arnold in it though, playing him.
But Arnie, he said as long as Terminator keeps going, he wants to still be in all of them as long as he can.
That's a decision that the producer needs to say no to.
Okay, so
they tried that with Salvation. Remember, they tried that with Salvation.
We're going to add even more to this now. We're going to add even more to this. Oh, it's going to be a throwdown. So first of all, Ash Eternal with a $5 super chat says, Matt, I like your news bits. They're ooh, hey now. Ooh,
I make a lot of jokes about ejaculation.
But they're fun, but honestly, your streams, he likes your bits, but your streams are the best. And I watch every single one of them. I support you, Matt. You're awesome.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
I was on Hollywood After Dark with Matt, and we got into it about Powerpuff Girls. He made it his own little video on the channel.
And then like
Powerpuff Girls Andrew, CW. What the hell are they doing?
So okay, hold on a second. I'm going somewhere with this. So Andrew Christie with a $5 super chat says, "I'd rather eat my own head than watch Terminator Dark Fate again." I would pay to see that. I'd pay to see that. But you know what? If you
buy that for $1.
If you eat your own head, Andrew, you can't wear the hat that I'm going to send you. So don't eat your own head.
That's a great hat, too.
Isn't it a great hat? It's pretty awesome.
I think the problem
bright green.
I think the problem with all the Terminator films after Terminator 2 is they're all trying to chase that Terminator 2 and they just can't get there.
Yes, well, and then here's H Cards with a $5 super chat who says James Cameron could have made so many good films but is still stuck on blue people. I agree with that.
Why are you and here blue people, H Cards?
Here's to bring even more madness to this whole chat is Mad Max himself.
Hey Max, what's up?
Jeffrey, I miss you. I miss Jeffrey.
Oh, hey.
Right, then he's gonna come with some hot take. He's like, Jeffrey,
that just proved right.
Jeffrey. Oh, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's a good dude.
Hey,
he likes anime. He likes the things I like.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna come in on here with like some hot take, and you're like,
Max, no drama here. I am not getting into all the drama. So thank you.
No, I don't want to talk to you about drama. I want to talk to you about anime and gaming and stuff.
Yeah. So okay. Well. Here, I'll tell you the thing from Netflix today about Gundam. I think
Well, Jordan Voight Roberts,
like,
don't forget, he's also doing the Metal Gear Solid movie.
I want to
so
correct
he's busy.
Jarbo, though. His mind
What?
always goes to hentai. Anime does not mean hentai.
I didn't say hentai.
Yeah.
I didn't say
Get the
hentai.
manager out of your mouth.
I didn't say hentai.
Netflix likes to throw money around, which is good. It's just that if you do Gundam, you can't do like what you did with Death Note, because Death Note was like a really bad, like watered down version of like a very of a dense, complex, like psychological story. And if you're going to do that with Gundam, it's unacceptable. Gundam has very ambitious visual concepts. Gundam is not about giant robots fighting. It is about the people inside the robots. It is about moral conflicts. It's about war. It's about what war does to people, what war does to culture and society. And there are no good guys and bad guys. The best Gundam stories do not have good guys and bad guys. It's very it's very non-Western. So it has a style that if you do it authentically, Western audiences would reject it. So
I was there.
I don't
Max
know.
fell asleep.
To do it authentically, it would cost a ton of money, and you can't do what you did with Death Note, or people are gonna crap all over.
Yeah. I just think Matt needs to watch real anime. He needs to watch My Hero Academia or Full Metal Alchemist. He'll get into it.
I've seen Full Metal Alchemist. I've watched it all the way through, including the movie.
Okay, well, watch My Hero Academia.
And I really liked Full Metal Alchemist. Not all anime is bad, but it's like I look at anime in the way that I kind of view, like I view it as a cultural problem. And I say that because I feel like for some reason, so many like young men specifically are like so attracted to this like fake ass thing. You know what I mean? Like I have no problem with animation, whatever, but like going to
con as many girls.
I think that's a you problem.
That's probably a me problem. I'll fully admit that's probably
there's
a me
more
problem.
women into anime than men, to be honest.
But again, I think it's like the whole brony situation. Like that stuff's just weird, man.
I don't
Let's see who's called people weird.
I mean,
I've seen your show, Jarbo.
I like to make jokes. I don't take any of this stuff seriously.
But I feel like My Little Pony is a pretty wholesome story, and it generally has very.
But have you ever seen like the dark side of the fandom?
Everything.
Have you ever seen the guy who put a fleshlight into a Twilight Prince sparkle?
Whoa!
I've seen pretty dark
plushie.
See, this is Matt Jarbo's. This is all Matt Jarbo's.
This is the dark side of the internet.
Anything you look at.
Dark side.
You guys literally are all like wholesome compared to the crap I've seen online.
This is a thermos.
Wait, Max.
What do you got in that?
Max, what did you say about Angry Joe?
Some coffee.
Max, I agree with you. Angry Joe is a hypocrite. What's this about?
He's a flip flop.
Yeah. Peter Rabbit's Defender with $1.99 super chat says, "At Max, I agreed with you."
I like Angry Joe. No,
I'm just saying he's like the start of the problem of hate ragers on the internet for hating just
okay.
The classic anime
think that's what I
was
Jeffrey?
a big fan of. Like Akira and Ghost in the Shell. I loved the Guyver series. I loved it.
Well, isn't that the Doctor calling the Stifling slimy?
What the hell?
What?
Yeah, what?
What?
That's from The Mandalorian. It's called a TV show. It's on Disney Plus.
Oh, okay.
Well, can we all recognize that the real problem here is Matt tonight? Every single category.
Well, to be fair, most of the time that's the issue. I know.
Remember what happened when I said I'm looking for a Batman mask? What's the first thing you Googled?
I went to Etsy.
Yeah, what's the first thing you
And it's not my fault we found bat butt plugs, okay? Like that's what's on Etsy.
Of course you're gonna find that on the internet.
But that's what
that might be something that you might want. Well, Pattinson might have that on.
I've seen a lot of weird stuff with that whole brony thing, Matt.
Yeah,
but To answer your question,
why would you have that on your utility belt?
I mean,
you can't
why
even
not?
pee in the costume. Well, that's not the place for that. Have it in the Batcave. You know, I mean,
well, technically, it is for the Batcave.
It is for the. I was going to say it's for the
You know,
Batcave.
I'm not saying he's gonna use it, but it's an option.
So here's my hot take on this.
Enosh,
I'm
you can
not
bring
big into
that
anime either.
Enosh,
and you know that's fun. That's fun.
Yeah,
I just haven't. I don't begrudge anybody who watches anime. Everybody tells me you just haven't found the right one yet. You just haven't found the right one yet. I guess the animation style just kind of like it's hard for me to take seriously when there's like moving things back here and like the person is like doing this and like flying through the air and I don't know. I just
take exception. I just take exception to that whole like moral kind of like male.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm not going to tell somebody that like it's stupid for them to like it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm just like it's hyperbolic based upon my experiences.
What?
Like you go.
I had got 3 minutes left before my PS5's ready to go.
Yeah, Matt.
You got a PS5?
PS5?
Yes.
You lucky son of a gun.
Where did you get a PS5 from?
By a great friend, another gaming YouTuber. He's like, I'm not using it much, and he sold it for me.
Good old Cyrus Martin.
Are you serious?
You got to get him on the show, Enosh. He's a good dude. Like I owe him big. I was like, really? I was like, yeah, I'll buy that.
But you know what, man? That's good. Good for you because let me tell you something, guys. This dude right here, Max, like. Putting up for just like a couple of weeks ago, man, and getting me those putting in for those hot toys and stuff for me from Zack Snyder's Justice League and stuff, and like trying to get people behind that or whatever, man. Like you deserve that, man. You deserove good things like that.
Max is a
great guy. By accident, I selected pay all now instead of the right over things. I'm like, oh, okay.
I don't have a lot.
So Mrs. Max was like,
yeah, what the hell's this? I'm like,
who are you buying $500 hot toys for? Who?
Yeah.
So what you're saying
it was like that progressive commercial.
So what you're saying is the order got canceled and you no longer have it.
Yeah.
Andrew Christie with another $5 super chat here says, I get what you mean, Matt. Never got anime and have been curious about the uprise of young dudes loving it. LOL. Maybe I'm just out of touch.
Not all anime.
Yeah, it's weird,
not
man.
Not all anime is for kids. Not all
no, and I prefer the more adult anime, but it's like I remember when you could go to Comic-Con and you could find a Hello Kitty vibrator on the floor for sale. You know what I mean?
What did I say?
And then they had the Japanese dating sims for sale on the floor as well. I mean, I was at Comic-Con 2 years ago and they literally had a booth for love pillows. That
tells you more about how Comic-Con has devolved than anything else.
Well, Comic-Con they got rid of a lot of the nastier stuff and they have rules, but they had two guys from Japan there that were literally selling love pillows, like the kind of pillows that you have sex with.
That's not isolated to anime though.
He looks for it. That's what.
I mean, like they had some anime characters on there. They had some waifus.
There's weirdos in every fandom, man.
I mean, look at the concept, but look at the concept. But look at the concept of
her. You know what waifus mean makes me very suspicious.
Dude, I have been around the internet for a very, very long time.
Yeah, you're very sus. You're acting very sus.
Very sus? That's a racist term, Jeffrey.
My PS5
That's a
racist. I gotta go. Astro's Playroom.
Not a racist.
I see how it is. I see how it is.
I mean, it's my first.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, here is Fatma from the Fatmaverse. Hello, Fatma. It is so good to see you. Fatma is also one of the hosts for Justice Con this coming weekend. And so happy Ramadan. And I was just I didn't mean to pause there, by the way. I want to make sure that I said that because I started to pause there and I didn't mean to pause there. I was trying to look for this. But she is, let's see, what day are you hosting? I'm trying to remember what day you're hosting here. That's the other day. Oh, that's right. I gotta.
When Matt Jarbo was saying about that he found about Batman butt plugs, maybe Enosh when you're talking about
yes. Batman. Well, we might be talking about that tonight over on Hollywood After Dark, which this clearly is not the place for that kind of discussion.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to the adult table.
Oh, Enosh whatever. Might be able to bring it up when he's talking about the Batmobile. Is it in the new Batmobile when he's talking about the Batmobile on this
Justice Con? Once again, I have to ask myself, what was the front part of the show like?
Right? Exactly.
Not this.
It was not this for sure. It was a lot more calm.
We had these nice wholesome stories about like taking photos with Dean Cain and celebrity meetings.
Yeah,
very nice.
I talked about my emotional experience with Leonard Nimoy and Nathan Fillion and all this and that.
Why can't I find Fatma's?
Well, let me just put it to you guys like this. You know what you get when you send me the link. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Hey, dude,
you know
you
what
don't
you
see
get
me complaining.
when
you don't see me complaining.
Exactly. Enosh gets it.
When I first heard about Dean Cain being cast as Superman, he was sort of skeptical about it.
Sure.
Was he not? Because there was something about he was going, like he doubted himself. He was saying, like, I have brown eyes though, like, but they said, no, we really want you to play the part. Is that true? That's what I heard on the grapevine.
For what was that now? I'm sorry.
For Dean Cain playing Superman in Lois and Clark. He was skeptical about when he first got the part about playing Superman because he had brown eyes. That's what I heard on the grapevine.
I don't know. I know that he was not the first choice for the role because the role was originally going to go to Gerard Christopher, who played Superboy in the final 3 seasons of the Superboy TV show.
Right.
Because it was originally supposed to go to him, but he apparently got the job, and then they realized that he had already played Superboy, and they said, "Well, you've already played this role," and he's like, "Well, no, I was Superboy," but they're like, "No, we don't want to confuse people with our show," and so they took it out, you know.
All right, guys, I'll see y'all.
All right, see you, man.
Well, I'm glad, I'm very happy for John West.
Nice to meet you, man.
Brought him back to give him like sort of an honorary role. First is Barry's dad, and then is Jay Garrick.
Yeah, well, and he's coming back.
Cool. That was cool. Yeah,
he's coming back.
Too, but I do want to try it, and I'll tell you guys.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Congrats on
you're all good. Yes, Fatma will be hosting Deborah Snyder this Sunday.
Wow!
At Justice Con.
Hey, congratulations, Fatma, and break a leg.
Yeah, from 2:45 to 3:45 p.m. So I am super excited.
I'll echo that.
Yep. So congratulations, Fatma, for sure. We love Fatma. Fatma is hilarious.
Yeah. I just want to say really quick because William's here on the panel. I just want to say, man, it's awesome to talk to you. I'm actually from Las Vegas. I was born and raised there. I think the stuff you're doing over there I think the stuff you're doing with Sci-Fi Center is amazing, and I hope next time I go out there, I can visit and see everything you guys are doing. That's awesome what you guys are doing over there. It really is.
Getting weirder by the moment.
Hey, William, did you watch WrestleMania last night? Did you like any of the results?
I endured WrestleMania.
Night 1 was better than night 2, in my opinion.
That's like saying that castor oil is better than poison. The 2-night format, they don't need to do 2 nights anymore. I understand why they did it last year. This year was like Wrestle Kingdom, except it wasn't good. Most of the results, like they said, the women's matches on both nights, to me, in my opinion, ended up being the best matches. The Bad Bunny thing, it was better than it had any business being, but it had no business being there.
I loved Edge and Roman and Daniel Bryan though. That main event was awesome in my opinion.
And here's another thing they got to stop doing. Stop it with these damn 3-ways on a WrestleMania main event.
I agree. Daniel Bryan. I love Daniel Bryan. He did not. The match was about Roman and Edge. Daniel Bryan did not need to be in there.
He did not need to be in there, and you are building up. They got a lot of problems because a lot of the same people I watched in the 2002, 2003 WrestleMania are still hovering around in 2021 WrestleMania. Edge is one of them. I just really, and then the whole Fiend thing, her little champ, it was like watching a bad cartoon. And you look at that roster of WWE, at no point they have great talent.
That thing, you know what that thing with Alexa Bliss reminded me of with the black ink? It reminded me of Papa Shango and Ultimate Warrior.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, Enoch remembers that.
Oh yeah,
remember he had a little midget that would come out with him with the skulls, and like I said, once again, it was just
I'll be back, guys.
Burning down.
I'll be back, guys.
Don't worry.
But no, it was. I thought by wrestling standards, it was a decent show that I would just watch on TV.
Load the spaceship with the rocket fuel. Load it with the
I'm curious, William. Are you a fan of AEW at all?
Yes. I'm a fan of pretty much just about every wrestling federation, and I'm a fan of certain performers in WWE, but their overall project isn't that good.
So would you say AEW is doing a better job right now?
With what they have, yeah, I think they're doing a better job of telling stories with their matches. Them in New Japan do something that a lot of the other wrestling companies just don't do. Is they don't use their matches to tell a story, and they don't use their matches to culminate the story. And that I think Ring of Honor has that problem. WWE definitely has that problem. But AEW and New Japan really do a better job. New Japan does a better job of doing it in the ring, whereas AEW does a better job of culminating their feuds. And WrestleMania used to be where you ended all your major feuds for the last 9 months, and then you rolled into everything else. Yes. Now it's a mess. I watched that last night.
Because everything is done in the last couple of minutes, and feuds don't take as long as they used to. They don't prop feuds up.
The build up to this year's WrestleMania was horrible. It was horrible.
Sometimes by the time you get to WrestleMania, you've already seen the same match already maybe 3 times, and who cares to see it the 4th time? I'm sorry. Nobody cares about it by that point. Like when I was growing up, man, you got 4 pay-per-views a year. Okay. And that was when that just got added. So we got WrestleMania. Well, we got the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and
Survivor Series. Yeah.
And so that was all you got. So you literally had months between each pay-per-view where things got led up to. Now it's like,
there's a pay-per-view a month.
There's a pay-per-view a month. There's been that for the longest time.
Yeah.
But there's a pay-per-view a month, and they just do the same match for 3 months now. And it's and sometimes they'll do it a little bit differently or put a different stipulation on it, or they just go back and forth for 3 or 4 months and nothing really comes of it. And by the time it's done, you're just well, okay, I've already seen that. So you can't do that leading up to WrestleMania and think that people are just going to buy it.
That's what I love about AEW. They went back to that 4 pay-per-view strategy. So they only have 3 or 4 pay-per-views a year. Same strategy that old WWE did. And they let stuff flush out.
This isn't new though. This what you're seeing with WWE, this actually started back in '98, and there's 2 pivotal points that kind of ruined wrestling for a long time. It was the Attitude Era, and then the fraudulent sale of WCW. Yeah. When WCW, I
love WCW, man.
Yeah. That sale, the only reason, in my opinion,
Eric Bischoff
didn't get sued over how fraudulent that sale was because there was no damages. Goldberg, all the big names stayed on the contract under time AOL, so they didn't lose any money, and everybody else still had a job. But if you look at the numbers for wrestling, you would have Raw on a Monday night drawing a 6.2, which is around 6 million viewers, and you would have WCW drawing about 2 or 3 million, which was roughly, which was a lot for that.
I think when Nitro and Thunder went off the air, they were still drawing millions of viewers. It's just that Time Warner and AOL they wanted out of the wrestling business, and Jamie Kellner, who was head of Time Warner at the time, didn't like wrestling.
Yeah, and
there you go, William.
Sabotaged that deal.
You're Idris Elba in Poindexter Lounge. Thank you, Peter Rabbit's Defender, for the $3.99 super chat. And there you go.
Hey, but what that did though, once you did that, not only did you only had one place where top elite talent could go in America, and if you look at the numbers that Raw drew a lot after that, it plunged. Everything plunged. They were the only game in town, and now they were drawing 2.2, 2.3. So that means about 4 million wrestling fans were turned off completely of that product being there. And the product just devolved. It
made Vince stagnant and complacent, basically.
Why? I've got to ask this question. Sorry, William. Why did WCW fall, and why did Eric Bischoff end up selling it to Vince McMahon?
Eric Bischoff had nothing to do with it. He was not in power.
What happened? What happened was,
didn't he own it? Was he just like a front man?
No, he was a front man. He was a deposed president. But what happened was Jamie Kilmer took over after the merger with AOL and Time Warner. Ted Turner has admitted that was the biggest mistake because Ted Turner was never directly involved at it. So what ended up happening is AOL Time Warner sold that division to
WWE.
Vince. But the problem was, and here's why I call it fraudulent, is Eric Bischoff, Jason Harvey, and I think even Macho Man with Fusion Media had a better offer on the table. What Jamie Kellner did is he said, well, we're not going to put it on our TV. And that devalued the deal. And a lot of people say that he did that because at the time he was running CWW. He was running his own, trying to get his own station off the ground. And he thought he could make deals with Vince to get his wrestling program on his shows or in his channels and syndication. And that never happened. Because if you look at the nuts and bolts of that deal, it made no sense whatsoever. The amount of money, even with the tape library, they devalued the company from within. And like I said, it really hurt the wrestling business to the point where the reason why it's strong now is because of all these other companies.
But now look at what Vince has done with that library. He just made a $1 billion deal with NBC Universal selling, basically selling that library, the WWE Network. That's part of the WWE Network. And now they just made a $1 billion deal with NBC Universal selling that content.
Yeah, but here's a problem with that. And in NBC Universal, the library is part of the deal, but the pay-per-views and the program, that was a big, because that library is increasingly less relevant to the generation that you're expanding into as far as wrestling fans goes. For guys like me, it's great. But if you're building your foundation,
if you're a hardcore fan, it's important.
That's great. But if you're a hardcore fan in anything, that you're still the minority. You're still the 1%, 2%, 3%er. When there's your general audience is where they make a lot of this money up. There's a lot of people that never get on the internet, that never watch these videos. They watch it when it's on TV, and that's it. The general audience is where you make your money.
Yeah, but are they gonna subscribe to Peacock though?
Not necessarily because of WWE. You're going to surprise. There's a lot of stuff on Peacock in general, period. And the WWE Network, really, they did that. Remember what the price of the pay-per-views used to be before the WWE Network went, and their pay-per-view revenue was plunging because
the WWE Network in Australia is free.
Yeah, you might be paying too much then. But
what? But if it's free, how am I paying too much?
That's a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah, sorry.
If you are a hardcore guy and you watch WWF all the way up till maybe mid 80s, all the way up to the late 90s, it was some of the best stuff you could ever put out. And even still, their talent level is grade A. It's just they put them in these situations that you just don't care about. Like this WrestleMania. WrestleMania was like, you watch WrestleMania because for the last 6 months, you were building these storylines and these matches and these titles. Another thing that they've led the way, and they've devalued titles. Nobody's devalued wrestling titles more than WWE has. Nobody.
No, I 100% agree with you on that, William.
Yeah. If you look at New Japan, if you look at Ring of Honor, you look at any other, even AEW, you look at the way the storylines are built around the titles and the prestige of the titles, you don't have that in WWE. So the big heavyweight title match, which used to be mirrored with gladiators and boxing, you've taken away that prize. And and when you take away that prize, you killed your story, and you end up with Bad Bunny doing a Canadian Destroyer, which was impressive. But is that WrestleMania? By their own standards.
I mean, because you've had the celebrity things going at WrestleMania going back to the 80s. Yeah.
To Mr. T. But hey, that damn Bad Bunny.
Mr. T, you had Mr. T
or Mike Tyson
Mr. T versus Roddy Piper in a -5-star match at WrestleMania.
But your pay-per-view didn't hang on some of this stuff. I mean,
what about
WrestleMania 2 did?
William,
WrestleMania
when I get a chance.
Totally did, William.
But out of 37 WrestleManias, let's cut out the last 10 of them because just give them a
LT versus Bam Bam Bigelow.
Huh?
LT versus Bam Bam Bigelow. That's the main event of WrestleMania 11. Ha ha.
And so out of 37, you have that. Now look at the standard that they set. WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 4, WrestleMania 5. Yeah, you got some outliners, but those aren't your standard barriers. Now what's happening is the goofiness is the standard barrier. That's the problem. And they don't have anything to fall back on because of, like I said, they devalued the titles and they devalued the long-term storytelling. And it was better when you only had 4 to 5 pay-per-views.
It was. I agree with that. I agree that less is more with pay-per-view events, but there was very goofy stuff back in the 80s and 90s too. Vince was the guy who kind of brought all that goofy entertainment stuff into wrestling, while NWA WCW had the more mat-based athletic style product.
But if you look at that,
I've got a question for both Hollywood Purgatory and both William. When Bret Hart and the what's his name? I know I'm sexy.
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels. Was that real about all that BS behind the scenes about,
Well, which part?
Bret Hart. Well,
the
Bret Hart.
Job, the Montreal screw job.
Yeah, the screw job. The screw job, and because Bret Hart was going to WCW anyway.
Yeah, they double. Yeah, for on Bret Hart's side it was, but Vince and Shawn Michaels
really
knew what
he really screwed him.
They didn't let, but that was just bad timing. Huh? He didn't want Bret. He didn't want Bret to leave as a champion because they were in the Monday Night Wars with WCW at the time, and he was afraid Bret. To me, it's not just the fear of Bret going to WCW as champion. It's the idea like Bret could go on to Nitro and say, "I'm the true WWF champion."
Ric Flair did. Like Ric Flair did when he came on with the
because WWF did the same thing.
Yeah,
they did the exact. So they were just trying to protect themselves. But then Bret and Shawn, they were like oil and water at the time. They just didn't get along. They just didn't get along. And Bret was the old school. Bret was the old school kind of champion, mark for the business, and HBK was sort of the more modern kind of. He was the poster boy
2.8 sort of deal.
And they just couldn't come to grips with that. But whatever, Now they're not friends now, but they've put things to bed now. So they're all that's in water under the bridge these days.
They're civil, but going back to what you were saying though, but like even amidst the goofiness that they did throughout the 80s, there was always linchpins of the company that were the highlight stuff. And now I just don't see a cohesive product. I just see
Well, William, I'm just curious too. Like, what do you think of the whole make the Batfleck movie hashtag going around? Do you support that?
Yes.
Do you think it's more realistic to get a theatrical movie or an HBO Max show, though? Because I think HBO Max is more likely.
I don't support any more movies. I support series. So I would make a new hashtag of make the Batfleck series. I'm done.
I agree. I think that's the best compromise to make everyone. You can make everyone happy that way.
Well, I don't think HBO Max
I don't think Affleck would go for that though.
I think
Why not?
I think he would under a limited circumstance.
Well, it depends on how much money I suppose they throw at him, I guess.
Well, it's Ben Affleck, so he's probably going to make cinema money. Understand this though: if you pay him the same rate, he's one of the handful of people you would pay the same rate for a big screen, small screen. You're still saving a lot of money because all the other production elements for producing a TV show might be a lot less.
Everyone's got a price.
Yeah, you're talking Game of Thrones budget. But yeah, I would go with a show. I would go with a 9 to 12 episode show. With anything they want, anything besides this, anything going forward with Zack Snyder or that tone, it's got to be a series and it's got to be on HBO Max. The more I think about it, the less I ever want to see any of the stuff I'm watching right now on a big screen because I think it'll be compromised. I think the environment is perfect on HBO Max.
Everyone's got a price. Everyone's gonna pay because the $1 million Batman always gets his way.
Nice. Everyone on the panel, do you all watch like Falcon and Winter Soldier and stuff?
Oh yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
How good is that going? Man,
I'm loving the show. I'm personally
the best show that they put out.
Me too. I reckon it's movie quality. That's why they're doing 6 episodes. They're fully endorsed. WandaVision, like, I don't know what they were doing, what they were trying.
I think the good thing is now, Drav, is you can make TV shows that are visually and in terms of production level are on par, if not better, than certain movies. So that's one advantage.
But it also gives space to explore characters as well.
Yeah, sure. Like in I think one of the great things about Falcon and Winter Soldier, you can get a little more psychological and a little more experimental because you don't have to boil it down to like a 90-minute or 2-hour movie. You can let it breathe a little bit and give us more of those character moments.
Well, WandaVision, like they had all that time to do it, but and people will watch them because it's MCU, so you still watch it. You know what I mean? But it just
some people didn't like those early episodes of WandaVision though.
Well,
I hated the first 3.
So here's my take on that. I find WandaVision interesting just because I really enjoyed the first few episodes. I enjoyed WandaVision as a whole. Here's something interesting. So there were people in the beginning who complained because they weren't getting all the answers, right? They were complaining because
there were many answers.
Because they were like, why is this happen? Why is this happen? Yeah. Why is this happen? Why is this? And then they started formulating their own opinions. Well, it's got to be Mephisto. It's got to be this character. Yes, it's got to be this character and this character and this character. And this is going to happen because I know comics and this is going to happen and this is going to happen and this is going to happen. Then it got to like episode 7. Was it episode 7, I think, where they revealed like all the stuff of like how it happened? And and then people were like, I hate this. This is not what I thought this was at all. This is exactly opposite of what I thought was going to happen and where they were going with it and everything. And you know what I told all those people? You know what? If they had put episode 7 as episode number 3, you all would have been going, oh, yeah, that makes more sense. But it's the same stupid thing that fandoms do. And the fact that they don't want to be told a story, they want to dictate the story. And the second the story doesn't go the way they go, they all of a sudden get all butthurt. And all of a sudden it's the studio's fault. Because I guarantee you, all I have heard for the first 3 episodes of Falcon and Winter Soldier is, well, what's going on? What's happening? People are like, well, I love it because they don't want to admit that nothing has happened for the first 3 episodes. Let's be honest, except for Falcon and Winter Soldier being a jerk, like just being mad for no reason. They have not given us a reason until the end of the last episode. And I said this at the beginning, and William's here now, so I'm interested to hear his take. But they have not given us a reason to actually hate the new Captain America. He's been a nice guy. He's been fine. He's tried to help. He's tried to do everything. And Falcon and Winter Soldier are just like, you're not Steve, so we hate you because the government took the thing away, the shield away, and so they gave it to you, and we're going to take that out on you. Now, look, we all know who the guy is. We all know who the guy becomes. We all know that he's a dick. But the reality is they haven't shown that in there. So if that was a DC show, and it went all there, and like people were just being a jerk to him just to be a jerk, I think nobody would be praising that. They would be tearing it apart based on what is there. And that's how I feel anyways. I love it.
I disagree about John Walker.
I love it.
Here's the thing. When they created that character,
I like John Walker.
Oh, I do too, but that's what I'm saying. Like, replace though what you know with what they've actually shown you.
Yeah, I want. Yeah,
imagine not knowing who John Walker is.
What they did in this show is the same exact thing that they did in the comics, which I thought was remarkable. And the same reasons people hated him before they even heard him speak a word is the same reason why when in '88 they did that, they hated him then. It's because he's replacing Captain America. It didn't matter what he did from
US Agent A.
He was replacing Captain America. He was putting on that suit. He was Captain America. I remember readers writing hate mail to Mark Gruenwald, who created all these characters, or not those versions of those characters at the time, and they hated it because they were replacing an icon. They weren't looking at the overall narrative. And John Walker's character in the comic is almost mirrored the same thing, except with modernized things. And what he did, without spoiling it, because I don't know if all your listeners have seen it, the thing about him, even though he comes off as a villain at some point, everything he does is attached to some type of realistic reason. If something like he reacted to in episode 4 happened, I've seen that. I've seen guys lose their minds when they've lost a friend in that type of environment. All right. Yeah. But a lot of times we don't have the power to respond. We have USCMJ, we have laws, we have other buddies there to hold us back. If something like that were to happen to people I know, they would respond exactly the same way. He's trying to be a good guy, but the restraints of his character are what he gets crushed under. And it's the same way in the comics. I mean, it ends up turning out good for him in the comics, I think. But that whole
he's trying to do the right thing always. He was trying to do the right thing in the comics.
But he was
same in the show. He's trying to do the right thing. But people,
If I may, I wonder.
Here's an interesting comment from Calvin Lang, and I agree with this because this is one of the problems that I have with Civil War. It says people are mad at John Walker, but they aren't mad when Steve was going to kill Tony in Civil War over Bucky in that final fight, but people just forgot that.
Well, no, he never was going to kill him, though.
He was never going to kill him.
Oh, he was trying to kill him.
He was trying to kill him.
He was trying to kill him.
He was trying to kill him. Tony, that's my point was earlier where I don't like Zemo and I don't like the end of Civil War because literally you have to put those two together in the perfect set of circumstances, and you have your two heroes ready to kill each other. You have your hero Tony Stark, who knows that Bucky was controlled and was not acting on his own accord and is no longer under that influence, but is still ready to murder him for something that was not his fault. And then you have Captain America, who's ready to kill his friend Tony over his friend Bucky.
I reject your hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't think Captain.
When they were in the same position, when John and Steve were in the same position, and that was clearly deliberate that those shots mirrored each other in Civil War and Falcon and Winter Soldier. Steve he showed restraint. He held himself back because he is the compassionate man. He never lets his rage take over him. And it's a facet of the character in the comics that his will is unbreakable and his will is stronger than any other man's on the planet. And he does not let the rage overcome him in a situation like that.
There's two different distinct reasons though there, because and they point that out is when Steve Rogers was in war, he was a poster boy. He wasn't doing a lot of the down, granted he was with his crew. John Walker has PTSD to the point where they even explained it in this last episode. Him and Lamar have been through a lot, and if you've known anybody who's been in combat, you've seen people come in and out of that. It's different. It's different. A modern soldier dealing with modern trauma is different.
The serum amplifies what is already there, and he was not mentally well adjusted to be a recipient of Cap's super soldier serum.
I don't think the serum. He was a jerk. He was being a certain way before he took that serum.
Yeah, he was a jerk before. The serum shows who you really are. So there you go.
But the fact that his conversations, and like I said, I don't want to spoil it too much, but the conversations that he was having with Battlestar up to that point was reminiscent of somebody who's been in the types of modern warfare we're in now.
Yeah.
And the type of reactions. Like I said, different people are going to react to different things based on the environment that they've operated in. And those two men came from two different environments. Right. Now, that's not the whole reason why all that went down, but that's a large part of the differences between this John Walker that they're showing.
We have exclusive footage of the next episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier. You ready for this? It's all going to come to a head. John Walker is going to. I couldn't believe this when I watched this. Here you go, guys.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business. Look, I'm going to need you to leave. I'm going to need you to leave. This is my property. This is my property.
There's no way I'm walking off my own property.
There's no way I'm leaving this hold because I know Big Belly Kelly's up in here.
We've really got a problem here.
You're about to have a problem, bud. I've told you, do not approach me.
Let's go.
Let's go where?
Let's go right now.
Where are we going?
To the ground.
Are you threatening me?
To the ground.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, bud. I'm the wrong dude. Okay?
What the hell is that?
This. That's what it is, bud.
All right.
Listen, I don't want to hurt you. Kumite. Have you ever heard of a Kumite? 1987 Kumite champion right here, bud. These right here, go that way.
I love that.
Please tell me that that's not real. I can't exist in a world.
That can't be real. It can't be real, man.
All right. I need to know when
that
I
was
sleep
cackling
tonight.
so hard.
No. I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you sleep that way, William. No, that's absolutely real. That is actually happening. That's John Walker. He's put on some pounds because he got into a depression after killing that dude. And
Thor.
Yeah, like Thor. Exactly. By the way, I want to point out that I can't wait till Jarbo comes back here sometime because William, I used you as figuring out something that I did not know. I did not know that I could change people's names right here on the show. Yeah, I changed your name. I didn't realize I could because everybody calls you William the Wise. So is there anything William doesn't know? I mean,
maybe that's going to be a YouTube name.
Scotty says it's too amazing to not be real.
Oh my gosh!
Actually, real quick, while I was thinking about this, Enosh, I was thinking about this while we were talking about the whole Falcon and Bucky don't have a real reason to hate John Walker.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of see where you're coming from, but at the same time, the way I look at it is when they see John Walker, they're dealing with a lot of insecurities about themselves and their place in the world right now.
Sure.
Bucky's dealing with his place in the world right now. Falcon didn't believe that he was worthy enough to hold the shield and be that symbol of America.
They say as much.
So when they look at John Walker, they already are hostile towards him because he represents their insecurities about how unworthy they feel about where they're at in the world right now.
Sure.
I think that's where their hate comes from. Is it a little bit unjustified at the start? Yeah, but I think that's where it's coming from, and in that sense, I think.
And he also represents. I think John Walker also is a microcosm of the problems America actually has, but isn't willing to fess up to.
Yeah, he's
and I think we're seeing, and it's subtle, but we're seeing those microcosms play out in the show. Case in point, when you see those police are go over to Sam and Bucky, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on here, guys?" And they give Sam a hard time.
They recognize who he is.
Yeah,
that kind of pissed me off too. I was like, "Wow, dude!" It kind of hit a nerve.
But to me, no. Look. I mean, look. The fact is, Sam handed that shield over as a memorial. Even though he didn't think he was worthy, he handed that shield over as a memorial to honor Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
And then a minute later, they switched it around on him and made some blue-eyed, blonde-haired kid who has no business carrying that shield and has no business being in the costume and call him the new Captain America. Sure. You can't just give a guy a shield and a costume and call him Captain America. Yeah, and that's
you got to see.
Yeah,
you got to say from both sides though too.
Well, that's what I love about the show is that it explores
it's exploring all of that. I agree.
No, Well, I was just gonna say the thing I love about the show is that it explores that not everything's black and white, that there is a moral gray area, and
exactly.
John Walker's not in the comics. John Walker is very much clearly more so a villain in a lot of regards. In this show, I feel like they paint him more so in that morally gray area. It's he's not necessarily a bad guy yet.
You think he's a villain in the comics? You really think so?
In the comics, I haven't read.
In the comics, he's a villain at first. Then he's made the new Captain America.
Oh yeah, when he was
and then he becomes the U.S. agent. So he's stayed a hero for the better part of 2 decades.
A lot of people have been Captain America though as well in the comics.
Say that again.
A lot of people in the comics have been Captain America.
Yeah, there's been 6.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But I love this story because in the comics he comes through and he already has a super serum from the Power Broker, which is not what it is in the series. So he's already a superhuman And the funny thing about in the comics is he evolves towards the hero point at while he has a super serum in him. But everything he does in the comics is reactionary. He kills the Watchdogs because they kill his parents. He kills left winger and right winger because they expose who his true identity is, allowing them to even find his family. But he was a product of that government. Captain America that came through World War II, and you know, Steve Rogers didn't kill, but that Captain America was a product of that government in the 80s that said, if we need to take our enemies out, period, show no mercy. So that Captain America, if Captain America had been created for the first time by the people in 1988, then we wouldn't know a wholesome Captain America. All we would know is somebody who would be basically a Star-Spangled 007.
Right, and just to respond to Kelvin Lang real quick,
you know, basically an assassin, that's the kind of modern world we live in.
Yeah, the thing about Captain America is the reason why Steve Rogers was Captain America, and he will always be like he's that beacon for a lot of people, is because of his heart. Like for John Walker, they tout his accolades in the military, and they like say so about what he's done in combat. But with Steve, it's always been about heart over brawn in a lot of regards. So, like the reason they gave him the serum in the first place because at heart, at his core, he's a good man, and he doesn't like they know. Like the doctor says, you know, you're a good man, so I know you basically won't abuse his power because you respect it. Like when
one could
like
almost
other men
say
won't
with great
respect
power, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
And yeah, so like that's why with the Black Widow, that's why they kept pushing it back and back, because there's something really iconic or something epic that's supposed to happen in that movie that they want to.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think most of us already know about it, though. To be honest with you, I mean, I won't say it, but if you know, you know.
I don't. I've been trying to sort of stay clear as much as I can. I've got all the figures though.
Because Black Widow, I think, was going to come out before this show either way. Originally.
Yes, it was.
Black Widow is supposed to come out before WandaVision and all that.
Yeah.
Was it not? Wasn't Black Widow supposed to come out at the start of the year?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
it was supposed to come out over a year ago.
Some breaking news.
Soldier was supposed to come out before WandaVision too, right?
Zack Snyder has gotten his own hashtag emoji on Twitter for Army of the Dead.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, the trailer comes out later on today.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's going to be on Netflix, right?
Yeah, May 21st.
That's nice because his first movie was Dawn of the Dead, so it's like his career is coming full circle.
Yep, and I just watched Dawn of the Dead for the first time this weekend, and really loved it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, really makes me. That Enosh behind you, is that a yellow lightsaber or big bong? It looks like a big, massive bong. I don't smoke, but it just looks like a massive.
It looks like a lightsaber to me.
It looks like a lightsaber, but it looks
it's one of those original. Well, you know.
I don't smoke, man, but it looks like a.
He could probably make it into a bong.
Exactly.
It's the inflatable lightsaber from the 70s.
It's the first generation Kenner lightsaber, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You got G.I. Joe VTOL back there too.
Oh, dude, I got a couple of those. I got.
Man.
There's a Star Striker or Sky Striker right there.
Yeah, I see the Sky Striker. I see the Snow Speeder. I didn't see that the other day. There's a Snow Speeder at the top there.
We're gonna have some serious talks. Enosh and William the Wise.
Or raid your house and take all this.
Man, I gotta show you guys some stuff, man. Like one day.
This is like 20 years of you know.
I've got the original like Voltron, like all the lions, and
I had that when I was a kid.
Guys.
It's funny you mentioned Voltron because I don't remember what the heck I did with my original Voltron, the die-cast Voltron lions. I don't remember what I think I traded it to somebody or something. I did find my original action figures. I've actually got them right here next to me. My original action figures from Voltron. So
what are they made out of?
You know, technically, Voltron. Technically, Voltron is an anime. It originated in Japan.
That's true. It's absolutely true.
It was reversioned. It was reversioned in the U.S.
Remember, so is Transformers. So is Transformers.
Remember Battle of the Planets? Got you, man. G-Force.
Yeah.
I've got two sets of these because I repurchased these. Here's something interesting. So I repurchased these. I got the whole set here, but I repurchased these because I couldn't find my originals. There's Pidge, and then
I've got them.
You got all the pilots.
Yeah, where's Princess Allura?
Mine are nowhere near as good as that. Like
Princess. Because I took really good care of my my figures.
I wish I would have done the same.
So the funny thing is I repurchased. So I got another set of these in the living room, along with the newest Voltron Lions that is electronic and everything. And I got some other figures from this. Here's
okay,
Hagar as well.
So the original series was Beast King Go Lion. That was reversioned by
And so these are my originals. These are my originals because I found them in a box this last year because I did not know where they were, and I found them in a box, and I was super excited.
But I mean, the torsos are still white and everything. They're in very nice condition.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like the mine are nowhere near as good as that. Like the color wise and all that.
But see, that was the thing. It was like I had a ton of stuff as a kid, but I always took really good care of it, and I wouldn't let my friends play with anything. So like my friends were always pissed off at me because I would never let them like come in and like play with my GI Joes. But all their GI Joes had no crotches, and the rubber bands were broken in the middle, and it was like and their thumbs were broken off, and I'm like nobody had any of their accessories or weapons and stuff, and when I was done playing with my stuff, I literally set it up on a table, and I would have them like the GI Joes were like working on the engines and stuff, of like the tanks and whatnot, So it's I took like super good care, but that's why my grandma was willing to buy me so much stuff.
One thing Hasbro figured out.
Enosh, my grandmother, she did the same for me when I was a kid. Like bought me and my cousins and my brother, like came with like these big, massive Christmas bags just full of toys, and if I would have kept all those toys, like I had like the Batwing, I've got the Lego Batwing here now, but the Batmobile and the Ghostbusters car, like when I grew up, I'm an 80s kid, but like if I would have kept those, man, I need to ask you guys, are these worth anything?
Which ones are those?
Oh,
the superheroes.
The Toy Biz.
If they were the superpowers, maybe.
What year was that released?
If those were superpowers ones, they would be. Now I don't know because if they're Australian, they may be worth a little more because they're a little bit harder to find. If they're United States, they're not really as much. I've got the Batman actually from Batman '89, and I spent I think $10 on it.
Right, because like it comes with like the lasso, but I remember because I've got the original on the back. I've got Superman. I've got Penguin. I don't know. You probably can't see it as well. You probably can't see.
So the Toy Biz versions, I mean, they're worth a little bit, just not like it's not like you could get like what you could get for mint on card, like Ken or Star, like original generation Ken or Star Wars, that kind of thing.
What I want to, go over him. Sorry.
The funniest thing about that is with Hasbro making all those toys in the 80s, they learned the hard lesson between Transformers and G.I. Joe. They stopped making die-cast Transformers because die-cast is the absolute worst thing to make a toy with movable parts out of. If you remember, the Generation 1 Transformers were all made out of die-cast, and even when you bought them, and they would pack them tightly. I remember I bought Jazz, which was a Porsche 911. He looked so great with that tight plastic. As soon as you open that plastic up, it loosened up because of the way the die-cast put so much weight on the screws. You could not maintain those toys, especially Transformers. And if you notice, the generations went on, everything was plastic. By I think Generation 3, everything was plastic. And G.I. Joe, there wasn't too much die-cast in G.I. Joe at all, if I can remember, because I would get that stuff right off the shelves. And diecast was like, wow, I see some people bringing it into the store asking me if I want to buy it. And diecast didn't hold the paint. The screws were just the weight of the diecast itself. Made it to where it looked like a scarecrow. It looked like a robotic scarecrow, man. It was tragic.
So here is
Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze.
I've got it. That's the one I got.
That's the one you got here. Yep, that's the one you got there. And then
is he not worth?
No,
as much?
If it's the Toy Biz, version, probably not as much.
No, and that's Luke. You've got the Toy Biz version, but the thing is yours might be. Yeah, yours might be a little bit. Yours might be a little bit more expensive though on the U.S. market though, because you have an Australian version.
Right? Yeah, if you have the Australian card,
and that's the difference. So here is the Superman from those same Toy Biz.
Yeah, I've got Superman with his cape. I've got Red Tornado, original Spider-Man. I can bring him up. Yeah, look how good yours is.
Here's
Superpowers
Superman.
Jesus, look how well yours is. I get. Look how well you keep yours, man.
There's that. Here is
he still does the running thing.
Here's Hawkman from Toy Biz. That was from Toy Biz.
Enosh, I love you, but I hate you at the same time, man.
Here is Lex Luthor from the Toy Biz ones.
Oh, mate. I've got
now. Enosh, isn't it true that Jack Kirby redesigned some of the characters for Kenner for Superpowers?
I do believe so. Yeah, because then for Superpowers, like you've got
Darkseid, Darkseid, some of the new gods and Apocalypse characters.
Yeah. No, he did, because then you have I've got Steppenwolf.
Oh man!
Wow.
Where is horns and his
I don't have that.
His crazy armor, his living armor.
Green Lantern.
Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
I've got now this one's a little tricky because the arm wants to come off, but I actually finally got one of these, and that's Brainiac.
Oh, I love that design on Brainiac.
Oh, I love this design on Brainiac. Yeah, it's my favorites.
Looks like a Terminator.
Here's Superpowers Lex Luthor.
Yeah, Kryptonite armor looks.
Yeah.
They have a cartoon that one with that.
You should do some toy videos.
I have. I used to. Now I just do so many live streams that I don't have a lot of time to do toy videos. But I keep meaning to. Now here, this isn't the Wonder Woman that you have there. I actually have that Wonder Woman someplace, but this is the Superpowers Wonder Woman. It's the same basic. They used a lot of the same molds. Luke.
Yeah.
I love that where it's like she puts her hands together.
Oh, does she? Because she comes with a lasso, and it's like made with a little bit of ribbon or something.
Yep. Now
and
here's
I don't know what she does because I haven't opened it.
Riddler.
But I've got. Oh, you can't see my.
Yeah. So here's Flash.
Oh,
and
gosh! I used to have Flash.
I love that you squeeze his arms and his.
Yeah.
I actually have another one over here. I don't know where I got this one, but I got another one over here. So,
dude.
Got another one there. Oh, this is one of my favorites because this one I never thought that I would have. But this is Dr. Fate.
Oh man. Does the helmet come off?
No. His helmet does not come off.
Yeah, because back then,
I've had this guy since I was a kid.
Green Arrow, man.
Green Arrow. And then this was my childhood Joker from '89 Batman.
That's what you used.
In that same Toy Biz thing. And then here's Bob the Goon.
Oh. Hey, no, go to my camera. Go to my camera.
I only got one more. And then I got so there were two of these Batmen from '89 Batman that were released. I just bought this one a year ago.
I used to have,
this is the flathead version. There's also a roundhead version, and I have my original. It's out in the living room in the Batmobile because I also have Batman and Robin from Superpowers with the Superpowers Batmobile.
Does his belt come out like a string?
Yep.
Yeah, man. I used to have that.
There's two versions of him.
Oh man.
So There's the flathead version and the roundhead version, and then I've got
If I would
another.
have kept them,
I've got a carded one. That's the one. This is the one that I got for $10. I got it on card back here, so it's not really worth that. Unfortunately, that there were so many produced that there just wasn't. But it still works really, really well.
man, like
Toy Biz didn't limit a lot of their stuff.
Oh, nice. Yes.
I got the same Joker, and then my Superman. Oh yeah.
Very nice. Very cool.
I don't know if my Superman still does that. No.
You got to squeeze. If you squeeze his legs, squeeze his legs.
Squeeze his legs. That's right. Yeah. Just barely.
Yeah.
I've got.
You have like an instructional how to get your action figures to do other wings and stuff.
I didn't. I've lost his cape.
Oh
Rex,
man,
but
that's cool.
He spins around. Sort of thing.
Nice.
And I've got what the Penguin.
Yep.
I used to have the capes. They're around my house somewhere.
Yep, I've got those too. Yep, I got that. That's what I have out in the Batmobile. Yep, because I got the Batmobile that goes with them. Yep.
And the Adam West, yeah. But you asked me. You also asked me, Enosh. These are from the movie.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh my gosh.
Movie line, yeah.
Oh man,
and
that was the one great.
I
think that was the only character in the movie that they created specifically for the movie.
No, I've got the whole set. No.
Well, these are the classics. These are the new ones, the newer figures.
Yeah, so like they come out in.
Was he part of the cartoon, or did they create him?
He was not in the William. He was a character made for the movie that he received a figure in the 1980s, and then they made a new figure. I think in like 2016, basically.
It was
in the theaters. I saw that in the theaters.
Yeah, and then Sorod also got a 1980s figure and was one of the movie characters, and they made a new figure for the classics line. And then Super 7 released the Dolph Lundgren and Frank Langella Skeletor figures. So yeah, we finally got movie we finally got 1987 movie He-Man and Skeletor in figure form for classics. Yeah, and card. Yeah. I got the whole what is it? The William Stout collection. The William Stout collection. There you go.
Heck yeah.
So they did 2 Skeletors, Karg, and He-Man. So we finally got.
What was that little gremlin looking thing? Wardo or what?
Gwildor. Ha ha ha.
Oh my
God. Gwildor got a new
and
figure.
The code key.
Yeah. So the figures they made from the movie and the original.
My name's Gwildor, and I have the code key.
It's the cosmic key. The cosmic key.
Don't you tell me what my key is. I'll tell you what my key is.
Billy Barty. The legendary Billy Barty.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz, right? Didn't he play a Munchkin?
Probably.
There we go.
Gwildor.
Oh my
god.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
it comes with the cosmic key with 2 of them.
2, yeah.
Opened and shut. Oh my gosh, dude. That's
every time I'm on this stream, I know I'm gonna wake up needing Ben Gay because I feel old. The mixtape one we did the other night.
I know, dude. We've been hitting it old school, haven't we?
I wake up and I have this ability. I want to play bingo and drink Metamucil because of.
Oh my gosh,
man!
I wish I was into toy collecting as much as you guys. I really want to get into it.
Oh man, I've got so many. I've got so many figures on this side.
You really want to feel old? I want to see.
You gonna watch the Golden Girls? You gonna start playing that song, or what's that?
Golden Girls, believe it or not.
I do have a Betty White.
Was a classic.
I do have a Betty White action figure.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, right. Here's if you were a kid growing up in the 70s or the 80s, you know what this is. You guys remember this?
This is okay.
You have
your hand over.
Is that Chips?
Chips.
No.
Oh my God!
This is Fisher Price. This is Fisher Price.
Okay, you're really old.
Yeah,
this was
mine.
My childhood.
This was mine growing up. This was mine.
He goes straight. This was mine.
This was mine as
Okay,
a
this is
mine.
like a 4-year-old. It's a 4-year-old. I still have that, but check this out. Check this out.
4 years old. So.
Okay, well there you go. Well, I can't wait to see William's face when I pull up. Hold on a second.
Jeez. I can feel my joints getting older and painful
Ready,
just by the fact. Dude, Techno. We had those. We had. Remember the brown one? Did you have the brown one?
What the hell?
There it is, dude.
Baseball, baby.
Okay, before Switch, before Wii, before any of this madness, this is what you played in school. This is what you snuck in. Those things are great. The little digitals. Oh man.
Dude, this thing right here kept me so much company on the road in the early 2000s, or in the late 90s, early 2000s, playing with my band, just sitting in the back of
Remember the Donkey Kong they had? They had a Donkey Kong one too.
Sitting in the back of the Suburban that we drove, man, and just like playing the heck out of this thing, man. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
William,
goodness.
I've got the Donkey Kong, and it had the mirror.
Yeah. You could go from the top to the bottom. Oh man.
I've still got it. It's in my other room in the display case.
Oh man.
I've got a lot of Hot Toys, and I collect Playouts Kai. I don't know if you ever heard of those Playouts Kai figures.
Yeah, I know those.
They're awesome. But they're so hard to display. They're hard to display, man.
Because they're big. Yeah. They're chunky.
Yeah, but I've got the whole set of the really big NECA Ninja Turtles. But like, just to give you a hint, I've got God of War.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, those are expensive to begin with, and they hold their value.
It comes with the shield too. The shield's just.
Oh, that looks awesome.
Does he come with the head that says boy?
No, his son. His son doesn't come with it. The original version came with like when you open up the packet, the background when you pull it out was like a folded out bit to the boat, and a fold part of his son, Atreus,
yeah.
Atreus, yeah. And then you put God of War, Kratos there, but a lot of people. NECA copped a lot of flack for it because people that were pulling it out were ripping the back of those things, so they end up just brushing it and just giving you Kratos himself. I got the original Shredder, big Shredder, massive Shredder, but I've got I love this. For some reason, I love this figure, man.
Oh, that looks great.
Oh, is that Is that the Hot Toys?
No, this is the NECA 1/4 scale.
Oh man! Oh my God!
Batman, Arkham Origins. I just love the suit, the way it looks. Figures are falling as I'm bloody. But yeah, I got all the Ninja Turtles in my lounge room. All the big ones, big Shredder. I'll get Splinter when I get it. Yeah, but I just love the NECA ones, man. But they are expensive. I did have the old Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man that I found at I told Enosh this story before. I walked in Salvation Army store, and in the back they had a big box of all these toys, and in all the toys I found this massive Spider-Man, the same size as the quarter scale, and it said 99, and I thought it would be $99, and I was willing to pay $99, So I take it up to the counter, and the girl goes, "Wow, look at that Transformer! Isn't he huge?" And I'm going, "Transformer? He's a fucking Spider-Man." And but he was 99 cents, and I kept him, and I put him on my mantelpiece in my lounge room, and he fell that many times he ended up breaking, and he broke, and I was so devastated. But I managed to keep this one too.
Oh.
Hey guys, I have to check out right now, but Enosh, I wanted to thank you personally for giving me the opportunity. I love your streams, and thanks for doing what you do. I've enjoyed talking to the other people on here, RJ and William.
Nice meeting you.
And Enosh, break a leg this weekend for Justice Con. I'll try to check out some of those panels because some of those look real exciting. And spotlighting some of those other creators who don't always get attention in front of the camera. And William, keep up the great work with the Sci-Fi Center. And everyone just I love what I've been hearing tonight, because everyone clearly loves what they're doing, and you all clearly love the things you're passionate about. So just keep doing that, and enjoy and keep enjoying the things you love, and I think that's the best thing to come out of these streams. Like let's enjoy and like these things and share that with everyone. I think that's the best medicine we could all have right now, other than the vaccinations. But you get it.
So well
Thank you
said,
guys.
Hey, it's good having you on here, man.
So
All
well
right,
said, man.
Thank you
so
so much.
All right, man. Well,
Have a good one.
with that, we are at 4 hours and 10 minutes, and it's 3:45 in the morning for me, and I got to get up in the morning. So, but you all know I work on like no sleep and lots of coffee. So, that's what I do. But that being said, I think that I have reached my peak tonight. So first of all, let me go around. I know that you guys don't necessarily have YouTube channels, but RJ, you do, and I've been on it this last week.
Yeah, thank
RJ,
you so
why
much
don't you
for that,
tell
by the
everybody?
way.
Yeah, man. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, buddy?
For sure. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can follow me at Resident Justice, and if you want to follow me on YouTube, you can find me at Resident Justice. I do live streams and stuff. Today I did two. One on WrestleMania, did another one responding to some videos from.
I gotta watch that. that. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I did a response stream with my good pal Eddie Diaz. He's a great guy, by the way, Enosh.
He was giving you a hard time in the chat tonight, man. He looked like he wanted to fight you tonight.
Oh no! Well, because he was so impressed I actually got on the Poindexter Labs because he loves your streams and stuff. So yeah,
has he been on?
No, you've not had Eddie on yet.
Are you sure? I could have swore Eddie had been on here.
No, I don't think Eddie's been on. I don't think so. I think Rhea and Max have. I don't think
Rhea's never been here before.
Oh, okay.
Max has been many times, just because Max is the reason why I got into the whole group of everybody last year. So
right.
But that surprises me that I could have swore that he had been on.
No, I don't think Eddie's been on before.
I know I've been on streams with Eddie at least. So
yeah, he was on my stream the two that you were on, so maybe that's why. But I don't think he's ever been on the Poindexter Lounge.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, well, we'll have to have Eddie on then. I'm sorry.
For sure.
I go on other people's streams and I see people and I know people and stuff, and it's like I don't remember everybody's Twitter handle when I'm trying to look this guy down here, this guy right here below me. Like I couldn't remember that he was Sci-Fi Center, so I kept looking for him for you. And I kept looking for him once, and I was like, because we had him on the first time, and like everybody loved him, and I was like, what's that guy's Twitter handle?
It's the story.
He's William here. Like why can't I find him? What the heck?
I have another one that is William, but I rarely use it, and I'm not good at Twitter. I'm primarily an Instagram and Facebook guy.
Yeah.
So,
that's totally understandable. But yeah, thank you, Enosh, for appearing on those two streams. By the way, it really meant a lot to me. I know you like appearing on other people's stuff, but that really meant a lot, especially as someone who just started my YouTube channel.
Oh man, I had a blast on your channel, man. We had a good time the other day. So
yeah,
fun.
Thank you.
It was fun. Thanks to Drav Walker, Luke. Thank you for showing us your toys, man, and your setup there. And
thank you for having me, man. It's always an honor and a pleasure, man. I really appreciate it, Apes.
Well, I love having you here, Luke, and you know that, and I've told you that, and I'm glad that you are here, sir. And
we got the Han Solo Leia talk,
I love you. I know. All right, and
Yeah.
William, I'm sorry that you had to work late tonight, but I am glad that you were here to espouse your wisdom upon us, sir. I appreciate you, man.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. And if you guys are ever find yourself in Vegas, make sure to visit the Sci-Fi Center and go give William all your money and spend some money on comics.
I've heard all year.
Yeah. Don't go give it to Jarbo over on his stream. Go give it to Sci-Fi Center. Go give it to William there at the Sci-Fi Center. He's doing God's work over there. Jarbo's just telling
stories,
butt plug jokes, right?
About strippers.
About strippers, right? Exactly. So just do what you got to do. But hey, guys, thank you for all being here tonight. Thank you to everyone who was on the show tonight. I appreciate all of you for stopping in. Everybody who just stopped in, and thank you to everybody in the chat. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I love you guys. You guys make doing this worth it and make it a ton of fun. And so I can't express to you guys enough how much you guys make this. And before we go, I want to clear one thing up. I want to go around the room. So the Wonder Woman actress, I want to go around and ask you each, William, how would you pronounce her name?
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. Okay. Luke, how would you pronounce her name?
Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot.
Well, you got to pick one.
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. You're going Gal Gadot. Okay, RJ, how would you pronounce her name?
I pronounce her name Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. Okay, so this has been a hot topic for me for a couple of years, because I swear to God, I have heard the woman's name every way by everyone except for her. I have not been able to find her saying her own name. And I've listened to people from the movie use both Gadot and Gadot. Now, I know that she's Israeli, so that's why I thought from the very beginning that it was Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot. It has that accent to it, right? Gal Gadot. Not just dot, but Gal Gadot. And I was calling her for that for the longest time. And then all of a sudden last year at Fandom, they started calling her Gadot. And that was Patty Jenkins. And I was like, well, wait a second. What the heck? So I started calling her Gal Gadot, because I was like, well, if anybody knows, it's going to be Patty Jenkins, but she didn't say her own name, right? So I found this little clip that finally puts this whole debate to rest, because I've had people coming at me lately going, well, it's not Gadot, Enosh, it's Gadot. And I'm like, well, that's what I thought too. But then when Patty Jenkins says different, you don't argue with Patty Jenkins. Well, I'm here to tell you, guess what?
Hello, world. Gal Gadot is here.
And Uncle Handsome. Whoa.
And Ryan. Hello, world. Gal Gadot is here.
And Uncle Handsome. Whoa.
And Ryan. Hello, world. Gal Gadot is here.
And Uncle Handsome. Whoa.
And Ryan.
Patty Jenkins is wrong.
So it's Gal Gadot.
It's Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot.
Look at Ryan.
Middle Eastern names rarely silence the T.
I know that. William, I know that. That's what I was going off of, bro. But like when Patty Jenkins says,
I seriously thought it was Gadot for the longest time, man.
Oh, look, it was same Gal Gadot.
Yeah,
but look at Ryan. When you play that clip, look at Ryan Reynolds' face. Even he was like,
hello, world. Gal Gadot is here.
And Uncle Handsome. Whoa.
And Ryan.
See, he goes like, whoa.
Just saying, we finally put that to rest. So I'm going to call her Gal Gadot from now on.
So will I.
I don't care who else says anything else. That's what I'm going with, unless the woman comes, because I'm going to probably find a video of her saying her name's Gal Gadot. I just know it. I at this point, because I've seen it too many times.
Josh Gadot. Josh Gadot.
Josh Gadot can get out of here. Josh Gad. I know who you are. But hey, guys, it's like I always tell you, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But you know what? Treat everybody with respect, treat everybody with love. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. And not just a place for you, but there'll also be a big fat.
Because they're on a bonus.
It's a bonus. It'll be a big fat bonus for you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Always join us here. Don't forget, this Thursday we'll be back with another 2 Cents on Nonsense at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And don't forget, this big weekend, all this weekend, Justice Con will be a part of it on Saturday and Sunday. And It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm sure we'll be back tomorrow night. Don't forget, tomorrow night Tiffany will be on League of Mayhem with oh my gosh, I'm going to forget it again. I knew I was going to do that.
Allison Crow.
Allison Crow. Thank you so much. Allison Crow. So there you go. So she'll be on with Allison Crow. I don't know why I can't remember that. It's just stupid to me. I don't know.
Old age happens to all of them.
I guess so. But hey, so don't forget that she'll be on at 8 p.m. tomorrow night on League of Mayhem, and that's going to be a fun one that you're going to want to be a part of. So that being said, I will just leave you once again because we've gone over the 4-hour mark, and so this is very fitting. And just say, stay nerdy.
We talking about bands, but I still bust the heat. We've been going on for like 4 hours now, like Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League.
We'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.